This is a special meeting of the Farmington Public Schools Board of Education held on Wednesday, February 14th, 2024. And I first would like to say we have members of our community who are using this room next door for a prayer, starting at 6:04. So if you could please allow them their privacy for their prayer and not go into that room unless you are also praying, we would really appreciate that. We also want to acknowledge that we recognize that this is Ash Wednesday. So we apologize that this meeting comes on at a time and on a day that is very religiously important to many. It's also Valentine's Day, and although that's not a religious holiday, we recognize that a lot of people had plans for that as well. So without further ado, we have called this special meeting of, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Roll call. Sorry.
Ms. Smith?
Here.
Ms. Fox?
Here.
Ms. Heinrich?
Here.
Mr. Walker?
Here.
I myself am here. Dr. Blau?
I am here.
And Ms. Weems is on her way.
Yes, she is. My apologies. I'm so eager to get going. I forgot some of the orders of business. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Ms. Heinrich, for the reminders. Next, we need to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second, anybody?
Support.
We have an approval of the agenda, a motion made by Mr. Rich, seconded by Mr. Walker. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, now, on to the announcements. We have called this special meeting of the board of the Farmington Public Schools Board of Education for this evening. We are meeting because the seven of us agree there is an urgent need for us to address the issues raised on behalf of or by our African American community members and students, by or on behalf of our Palestinian community members and students, and other concerns raised by many community members at our last Tuesday's board meeting. These issues will be the only items for discussion on our agenda for this meeting. So we have no other order of business than to respond and discuss the issues that were raised during public comment. Thank you, last Tuesday evening. The seven of us need to come together to discuss what we heard, what our district is doing about it, and to work together with one another, along with Dr. Delgado and his team, to find and implement solutions. As a key member of our 8-person district leadership team, Dr. Delgado's input will be sought and welcome during this dialogue among our board members. Due to the Open Meetings Act, these are laws, the only way the seven of us can legally have this discussion to debrief and problem solve after all that we heard on last Tuesday. The only way that we are legally allowed to have this conversation is by holding a special board meeting. We can only have this discussion in public. Even if we were allowed to meet privately and then just give a summary of our conversation and action plans to the community at the next regular board meeting, we would still want to conduct this discussion in public so that our community members can see and hear for themselves how seriously we take and how sincerely and passionately we address your concerns and experiences. Last week, we listened to learn. Tonight, we come together, we seven, in collaboration and healing, to discuss together the concerns expressed by our community and next steps forward in our work to address these concerns. A baby is a beautiful thing. Bringing a baby into the world, however, is a long, slow, painful, messy process. This work in which we are now engaged will be long, slow, painful, and messy. Tonight marks an important step in this ongoing work forward. Our intention and our goal is to work together, all 7 of us, along with Dr. Delgado, here tonight and moving forward to give birth to something beautiful for all of the children in our community. To facilitate this discussion and to ensure that each board member has equal opportunity to share their thoughts, ideas, concerns, and recommendations, we have agreed upon the following process. While this is not the process we typically follow at our board meetings, we've designed this process to help facilitate a collegial and productive discussion this evening among our board members. There are 3 key areas that we'll be addressing. One is addressing the issues raised by and on behalf of members of our African American community. We will hear opening remarks from each board member, and then we will engage in dialogue. After we have come to some agreement that it's time we're ready to move on to the next topic, we will address the issues raised by and on behalf of members of our Palestinian community. And again, we will each have an opportunity, if you wish, to make some opening remarks, and then we'll engage in dialogue. And finally, we will move to other issues raised during last Tuesday's regular meeting public comment. I know that several of us here have some other things that stood out to us that we wanted to address, that we needed this other kind of catch-all category for that. So once again, we'll each have an opportunity for opening remarks, followed by dialogue. We will then move into public comment. There are public comment cards on the back table. Fill them out with your information, and please place them, some of you might not be able to see because the podium is in the way, please place them in this ceramic, thank you, Mr. Walker, container, and we will call you up for public comment later in the meeting. Typically, we don't have an opportunity, each of us, for closing remarks, but this evening we felt that that would be necessary and appropriate to give each board member an opportunity to make some closing remarks at the end of the evening. So after public comment, we will be hearing closing remarks from the superintendent, from each board member, and from myself. On the back table, there are some small little stones. If you haven't taken one, please pick one up. You'll find out later. That's for. Any questions from my board colleagues? Okay, then let us go ahead and begin with the first issue. The first topic, issues raised by and on behalf of members of our African American community. And we're going to start with Ms. Smith, and we'll work our way this way for this first topic. So would you like to have some opening remarks, Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My opening remark, and it is Black History Month, I took a quote, which I hate for people to cherry pick, but this came out and stuck out to me. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., in a letter from Birmingham jail, June 1963, we know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in the stride toward freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klan clanner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, and a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods, who permiscuously feels he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from the people of good. Will is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. And I read that because I feel that it's insulting that this community had to get phone calls from board members, one board member in particular, to not only discuss the two black women that don't agree all the time with what goes on in this district, but the community has watched how phone calls have been made and people are told not to show up, and the tearing at the black board members that don't always vote and agree. It's insulting. You went after stakeholders. You tried to talk to them and water it down. And then to attack. And people are watching these meetings and watching how that there is always, out of the 7 years I've been on this board, constantly being gavelled down. And what the community is saying, the black community, they're afraid. They're afraid to come to these meetings because they're watching what is being done. We have never had a board where we have had two white women go out, and I've had this conversation with Dr. Delgado and Mr. Walker, as well as Mr. Smith, and as well as Ms. Fox, in a meeting. Your parents are afraid because they see what you're doing. As the top vote getter in this community, 15,555 votes, you have not only silenced me, but you're silencing me to stop talking to this community. These people voted me in to hear what I have to say, and they voted me in to fight for their children. But the phone calls that have been made, you have gone out into the community, and the community is talking. They are telling how you walked out in the community and have said, there's constantly an accountability on me and not accountability on what's going on with these students. But then to also go out and tell the community, the African-American community came to me on Tuesday with complaints. A complaint is when you go get your nails done and your nails get bubbled up and you go back in and you complain. But this is not a complaint, this is a concern. This is a concern about all these students and these children. You decided to go on the PTA council meeting and tear down two black board members and tell everybody how we don't speak to you and talk to you. It's not that we don't talk to you. This is not an organization where we are friends. I am here to take care of these students. I'm not against the superintendent, but my role and my job is to hold him accountable. You keep saying this is a board of 8. That is an insult to us as board members. I worked hard to get where I am. But you sent a letter to my house with things telling lies on what I had supposedly done. And then after you've done that, I've been banned from every building in this school district. But people don't understand, I don't have to go to the schools. I get a phone call every day at 7:45, and everybody know I don't answer my phone till after 9. We are not here to protect this superintendent. We are here to protect children. And we are not doing that. And at the end of the day, this gaveling down, walking around talking about board members publicly, this community knows it. And then to go around and say, I'm tearing this board up. I didn't tear this board up. I did not. And as far as saying I'm sharing confidential information, I'm gonna just be honest about it, I don't even read this board packet no more because I'm sitting in a seat where I have no say. So at the end of the day, Dr. Delgado, I don't want to see you go. I don't. But it's out there, oh, Angie trying to get rid of this superintendent. Angie not trying to get rid of nothing. But when you say he's a board of 8, we pay this man. That's like having a housekeeper come in and saying that's a family member. So when I tell that housekeeper to go clean that kitchen, she gonna tell me I'm not cleaning it because I'm a family member, you go do it? That's not how this works. This is a board. We have had superintendents throughout the state of Michigan let go for less than what's going on in Farmington. All I'm asking for is to be open and transparent. And that's not happening. What I'm hearing in the community, Dr. Delgado has been removed off of the Chamber of Commerce. He don't even have voting rights. He doesn't attend everything. But I got a board member, Mr. Rich, that sat up and thought it was funny that I gave Dr. Delgado a bunch of ones and didn't give him a highly effective evaluation. Well, this ain't the comedy kitchen. I'm here to do a job.
Be careful, some of what you're sharing is confidential.
I don't know. You asked me to give my comments, and I'm going to give my comments tonight.
We can't have any comment from the audience, okay?
At the end of the day, the bottom line is, I am tired of being accused of everything. This community sees it, and that's what this community is talking about. This community has come here tonight to ask for Dr. Delgado to go. I don't want to lose a superintendent. I don't. But at the end of the day, all of you gonna leave me alone so that I could do my job and protect these kids. That's what I'm here for.
Okay. Ms. Fox?
Yes. First and foremost, I do appreciate what this board is doing as it relates to what we're doing now with what our folks are asking us to do. There's been many, many years when that has happened. What I do want to say first about our board, and I want to say respectfully to my Farmington Public School Board members, trustees, I believe that every board member that is on this board has run to elect to help our students, staff, and our community. And we have tried to do our very best. Over the past 3 years that I have been here, I know that I could have done better. And I believe my colleagues can do better too. In my own way, I believe that this board must come together even more so that we can work together. We need to be able to trust each other. We need to be able to support each other. We can't do that. We can't provide you the trust and the support if we don't have it on an ongoing basis. Those are my opinions.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Ms. Williams?
I am very disappointed that something happened that really hurt our community. It is wrong to say the word, but I'm also disappointed by 3 things. I'm disappointed that not one person reached out to me or the superintendent or our board president to engage in a conversation. That says to me, either we're unapproachable or people don't think that they can come talk to us. The truth of the matter is, there is no way members of the public could even possibly have all of the facts. And I'm positive that we don't have all of the solutions because we're not talking. And I'm very disappointed by that. The second thing I'm disappointed by is the fact that all of the work that my colleagues and I have done over the past several years, the massive amounts of work, isn't translating in the way that I had hoped it would. It's not translating or being communicated to our community, and it's not translating in the conversations our community is having with us. Changing culture doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen over weeks. It doesn't happen over months. 3 years ago, I stood before hundreds of people at a meeting at North Farmington while this board and our community were defending our DEI policies and our equity challenge. And we stood firm together on the work that we felt we needed to do to move this district forward. Personally, I received thousands of emails from people who didn't like the work that we were doing, who were not committed to DEI. They asked the Black board members to step off the board. I was called the B word, which I'm actually honestly more offended by than the N word. I was called the C word. I was called a Black supremacist, and a whole bunch of other things. That, to me, is an issue. We can agree to disagree on whether I should be more or less offended by words. That's a personal choice. But to be honest with you, if someone said to me, please don't say B word, I wouldn't call them a misogynist. If someone said to me, please don't say F word, I wouldn't call them homophobic. And if somebody said to me, please don't say N word, I wouldn't call them a racist. That's me. But I heard the word racist, discrimination, and abusive used to describe what happened. Use of the word is wrong, but I believe content makes a huge difference. There's a difference in someone calling me the B word, and the C word, and the N word, and a Black supremacist. There's intent and nastiness behind that. Someone saying, please don't say those words, is not racist and is not discriminatory and is not abusive. And I'm very disappointed that we're using those words to describe that. Because to be honest, we have real DEI challenges. And if we can't be real about what is and what is not racist, we're doomed. And if our staff can't have real conversations about what is and what is not racist, and are going to be challenged and called racist, we're doomed. I'm very disappointed by that. I don't know where to go from there, but something in me feels like that just has to be said. And I'm very honest. I'm quite certain there are many people who disagree with me. But I feel it's important for me to speak my truth the same way everybody else does. And I hope that we can have a real conversation so we can move this district forward. Because if all of the people that govern this district, together with the activists in this room, parents and students, can't have conversations, I don't know where that puts us. I'm very pleased by the work that we're doing. I wish that all of our community understood all of the work that is going on in the background. I appreciate, given maybe some personal situations you may have had, I may have had, that there's some distrust and some trust building that we need to do to earn your trust. But I guarantee you, despite differences of opinion, the people here care. This is not a paid position. We are all here because we care about kids. And we all care about DEI. All of us. We've included those goals in our superintendent evaluation because it's that important to us. I can't tell you how bothered I was to hear people tell me that white people can't be champions of DEI. Really? Does that mean that black people can't teach white history? Again, we may agree to disagree, but that's not the community I thought I was living in. And that's not the teaching environment, the staff environment I want our teachers to be teaching in. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Heinrich?
Thank you. I want to thank my fellow board members, our superintendent, for calling this special meeting. I want to thank the members of the community for taking time out of your busy schedules on Valentine's Day, Ash Wednesday, short notice, to take an interest. I'm a parent, grandparent, teacher, school board member. We're all on the same team. When I was a teacher, I would say, your children, my students, as a school board member, your children, your grandchildren, our students in our school community, we're all on the same team. We have common goals, all right? We want our children to feel safe, to learn in an environment that is welcoming, inclusive. When people say it's not okay to say offensive words, the N-word, I think we all agree on that. I can't speak for everyone in the room, but I know in my heart I agree with it. I agree with all of my fellow board members. In our schools, we want our children to know that offensive language is not okay. In my home, those were the values that we raised our children with. And in our community, I'm convinced that those are the values that our community members are raising their children with. But in our school district, we've got over 9,000 students and their children, even up until the age of 18, they're children. When they become legal adults, children make mistakes. Children push boundaries. Teenagers, if you haven't gotten to teenagers yet, put your seatbelt on, all right? Children test limits. That's what we do. I can't speak for all the wrongs, although I've been in this school community. I was trying to add up all the years. My oldest daughter started school in kindergarten in 1985. I have 4 children. My youngest graduated in 2008. And so I've had a lot of years of children in the schools. I currently have 3 grandchildren in the schools. So I've been through a lot in Farmington School District. I want to speak about what we're doing since 2021, when 3 newly elected board members, myself, Ms. Fox, Dr. Blau, took office, and the first thing we did was appoint our 4th board member, Mr. Walker. Okay, we took the oath of office, all 4 of us. We agreed to the code of ethics as listed in the bylaws and policies manual. The code of ethics that we agreed to says, as members of the Farmington Board of Education, we realize that to be the most effective advocates for our children, we as a board must function as a team and at all times treat each other and the people we serve with the utmost courtesy, dignity, respect, and professionalism. Should we, for whatever reason, fail to follow these guidelines, we ask that our fellow board members call it to our attention. Should that occur, we pledge to accept the feedback without anger or retribution, and to renew our efforts to follow the Code of Conduct and Board Operating Procedures. We shall promote the best interests of the school district as a whole, and to that end, all decisions will place the needs of children first by adhering to the following educational and ethical standards. Each board member will be asked to acknowledge and sign the following code of ethics. And there are 18 of them, and I'm not going to read all 18 of them. They're posted on the district website. But I want to speak about what we're doing as far as these code of ethics. And number 8 says, I will respectfully listen to those who communicate with the board, seeking to understand their views, while recognizing my responsibility to represent the interests of the entire school community. We're sitting here right now in a special meeting because we are listening to your views, and we felt it was important enough to call our people in on special occasion. You've listened to our fellow board members talk about how important it is to respond to your emails and to communicate. Number 10 says, I will model continuous learning and work to ensure good governance by taking advantage of board member development opportunities, including those sponsored by state and national school board associations, and encourage my fellow board members to do the same. We're the first board that became fully certified in the history of Farmington School District. We're very proud of that. All the board members have continued to take certification classes. Just in January, Dr. Blau and myself went to the National School Board Association Equity Symposium in Washington, D.C. And I was able to attend a session by Dr. Tracy Durant. And Dr. Durant is the Senior Executive Director of Baltimore City Public Schools. And the title of the presentation was Systems Don't Change Until People Do. And a couple of the things that I highlighted, she said that people are the system, and she said that equity work is not person dependent, it is system dependent to be effective. And another thing she said was every policy needs to be aligned to the equity policy, and I've already reached out to Mr. Walker, our policy chair, to look at what our equity policy is, and we're on that. But one of the things that we did as a board, one of our first actions was a superintendent search, and it was a challenge for 1, 2, 3, 4 new board members. Okay, but under the leadership of Ms. Weems, we were able to hire Dr. Delgado. And one of the things that we hired Dr. Delgado was because we wanted someone that was committed to DEI. And his first goals that he shared with us in July of 2021, goal number 2 says, Dr. Delgado will prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts by analyzing the results of the equity audit and creating a diversity plan to be presented to the Board of Education before the end of the first semester. So from the starting date, this board, since 2021, the superintendent has been committed to DEI. He also came up with a DEI strategic plan, and I'm not going to read the whole strategic plan, but he said, in my role as your new superintendent, I believe that my active support for and engagement in the entire strategic plan with targeted emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion will help move our district forward in a positive direction. To that end, I have created the following 12-point plan to develop the systems that we need to build capacity in the leaders that we have in order to create the culture that we desire. I'm happy to report we're well on our way. So I guess we didn't have to go to Baltimore to hear somebody say that systems were important, because we have that right here in our district. The other thing I want to point out is item number 10 says, I did that, okay. Recognize the role of the board, oh, okay. So anyways, going on, DEI has been ongoing on Dr. Delgado's work. In Dr. Delgado's 2023 DEI Equity and Inclusion Objectives, he's got item number 11 on here, which I think is important to stay. He said that he will continue to investigate all incidents of potential discrimination along the lines of DEI and hold students and staff accountable to be a voice for our school community. So what I want to say that we have to trust our superintendent, and this is what I wanted to say. Number 15 in our code of ethics is that I recognize that the role of the board is to govern and oversee the management of the district. I will delegate authority to the superintendent for the day-to-day operations of the district. I will not step outside my role to govern and oversee the management of the district by seeking to participate in the administration of the day-to-day operations of the district. So in his strategic plan, in his objectives, our superintendent has told us how he is going to establish goals for DEI, how he is going to talk about hiring practices. And one of his plans for this year is to work with the new Assistant Superintendent of Talent and Development on hiring practices. And so he's explaining how he's doing his job as far as job fairs, inviting Mr. Smith and other administrations of color to create new talent to Farmington schools, and how Mr. Paddock has also expanded our postings to include the Oakland County Human Resources Consortium. And they also attended the HBCU Student Information College Night to report diverse. And so the point that I want to say with this is it's not our role as school board members to micromanage the operation of the district. It's to oversee, to make sure that the people that we selected are doing their job and their due diligence. And I also want to point out number 3 in our code of ethics says that I will take no private action that might compromise the board or administration, and we will respect the confidentiality of privileged information. When confidential information is shared prior to allowing the district to do their job, it creates division, it leads to misinformation, and the court of public opinion does harm to both the students and the staff in our district. When systems are in place to support our staff with resources for safe environment for all the students, then it's a win-win for our district, for our community, for our parents, for our teachers. And the last thing I want to talk about is culture, because that's really important. And just a couple weeks ago, I was invited, the entire board was invited to attend the East Middle School MLK Assembly, and Mr. Rich and myself were there. And I left just talking about the culture, because this is a middle school, and the entire student body was in the auditorium. And there's just the respect shown. These are middle school students, and they listened attentively to a program. There were readings, there was a student essay contest, they had choral presentations, and the students were attentive. I mean, I turned around and looked at the students, and I was making sure they weren't on their phones, which they're not allowed to have, and they're not. They're all sitting there listening, respectful. That isn't something that happens overnight. That's something that's established by the leadership in the whole staff, and it's top down, bottom up in our district. I had an opportunity to go over to the STEAM Academy. The whole board was invited for storytellers for the reading program, and there was the same thing as far as the culture in the building. The classes were coming back from lunch, and I saw diverse staff, both at East Middle School in the STEAM Academy. I saw respectful students. The class that I read to was delightful. Parent engagement. They had selected books on diversity, inclusiveness themes, and it was a wonderful experience. And you didn't give me a time limit, but I just want to thank you for coming. Thank you for listening respectively. And when I was elected to this board, there was some dysfunction and there were some things that were said. And I said, I'm going to come in and form my own opinion. And I'm really proud of the work that we did. And I'm really proud of the fact that we were able to select a superintendent who was instrumental in setting up Saturday board retreats and developing, helping us develop board norms, helping us to learn what it is for service, to learn about each other, and to come together and be able to work with each other respectfully. And we really did that for probably 2.5 years. And I really think that, having this meeting tonight and being able to have dialogue in an open forum, because that's the Open Meetings Act, I'm hoping that it will provide opportunities for our board members to really engage in honest conversation and to look for common ground. Because when we find common ground, and the common ground is our students and our community, and that's demonstrated by the number of people that take time out of their lives to come and attend these, to listen, to speak, and to share what they believe their values are. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rich?
Thank you. I'm not going to just reiterate the things that all of my colleagues have said here tonight already. But one important reason why we hired Dr. Delgado as our superintendent was his focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion that he provided not only in his previous work in other districts, but also in his 90-day plan, which he accomplished, as well as his plan for next steps after his 90-day plan, and the team that he was putting together to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion in our district. We've come a long way in the past few years under Dr. Delgado's leadership. Are there still issues in our district that come up? Yes. But the fact of the matter is, with Dr. Delgado at the helm, these issues have been addressed exponentially faster. We are looking at the turnaround time of investigations beginning, about consequences being handed down. We are looking at a superintendent who is engaging with our African American community, with our Muslim community, being engaged with all of, through our FAIA, through all of the different boards that he sits on behalf of our district. having his coffees, having the community dialogues, and being extremely responsive to emails from community members. We as a board, as Ms. Williams said, were under attack a few years back, where we sat and listened for hours about people saying that we should not focus on DEI in this district. And every single member of this board stood firm and said, this is a priority in our district. We will stand by that. We will stand by whomever we have at the helm, because at that point we were still looking at who are we going to hire as our new superintendent. We had an interim at the time. And that is an effort that this board has continued time and time again. And I understand that we are not perfect, but we also need to understand that we have come a long way from where we were a few years ago. And we are going to continue improving. We are going to continue building. But in order to do that, we need to make sure that we have these open lines of communication, that our community members feel comfortable coming and bringing information to the board, to the superintendent, who then is able to handle these very serious concerns. And so, this is a building point that we need to come from. We can't use this as a time of breaking apart, of fracturing, of breaking down. This is a time where we need to build up, because that's the only way that we can support the community who has come here tonight, as well as the people who couldn't make it here because they had other obligations. But that doesn't mean that they aren't impacted the same way as others. And so, I encourage all of my colleagues to really look at how are we going to grow from here? What are the substantive steps that we are going to be taking after this? And frankly, what are we doing to make sure that things don't happen again? Because sometimes things happen once, and that's one too many times. But then we have to make sure it doesn't happen a second. And frankly, that's something that we need to address. And I know we can address, because, I'm sorry, I will yield to Mr. Walker in just a moment.
I'm fine.
But one big thing that we've done is we have someone in our district now whose entire job is diversity, equity, and inclusion. We didn't have that before I came on this board. We didn't have that before many of us were on this board. And frankly, we've had people here who have attacked that work, and we've had people in this role before who do fantastic things. But they get pulled in other directions due to other job duties, whether it's transportation or student support services for our students, which pulls them away from the DEI work that we really need them to do. And so that's why, they are empowered in this role. It's so great to have them. And we were talking before this meeting on it as well, and it's we understand what it feels like to be told, this is your job, but I need you to do these things over here, which don't actually relate to it. And the importance of having just DEI be your job is more freeing to be able to focus on just that. So that's why, extremely happy to have Mr. Smith in that role. Extremely happy for, everyone supporting that, especially Dr. Delgado, and working directly in that area. With that, I want to yield over to Mr. Walker.
We are in this place and in this space because of Farmington's history, Farmington Public Schools history. It's not something that we created. but it is the house that we have inherited. And when I look back on the history, part of the reason why I'm even sitting here is because I got caught up in that history. I remember when the student was called the N-word over at Farmington Central, and I went to the community meeting that they were having surrounding that. And what I saw then made me very much afraid, because I saw an individual who was the leader of this district, the superintendent, who showed absolutely no connection to the problem. After hearing some very eloquent, heartfelt pleas from that Farmington Central community, felt as though these things, it looked as though these things were just bouncing off of him. And with minimal address to that community, handed it over to a member of his cabinet for him to deal with, a member who allegedly was being treated in very racist ways as well. And then he walked out of the room while all that was taking place. Fast forward a few weeks later, I guess it was, or whatever, the students were having a walkout, if memory serves, and we were down at the bottom of the hill, and people were venting vehemently about the process. I was there. I glanced back and looked at that individual, and stone-faced would be a compliment in terms of how he looked as though he was engaging the situation. And we had students from every race in that particular instance. And then I can think about the times that I came in here to either sit where a lot of people are sitting tonight, or when I did have one or two opportunities to go before the mic and speak to the then board and administration, and not fully understanding that public comment did not mean dialogue was going to take place, hoping to see something was going to happen afterwards. Crickets. Nothing. And towards the end of that particular administration, that leader's run, there was the promotion of Dr. Goodrum to the Assistant Superintendent of DEI role, but then there was departure after that. And I heard further back, prior to that, his predecessor and that administration, similar behaviors. I listened to the comments that were talked about and shared, last Tuesday, and many of them sounded exactly like the comments that were being made when I got involved in this some 4 or 5 years ago, however long it's been. And I kept asking myself, what's the difference? What's going on? And what's come to my mind, quite frankly, is for years, this district has had its African-American community in many ways traumatized, in many ways dismissed, in many ways disregarded. They would come and they would try to avail themselves of the process as they're being told to do, and zip, zero, nada would happen. And then we wonder why all of a sudden we look up and, maybe that student enrollment is declining. Well, why didn't they say something? Well, they tried. Nobody listened to them then. And so they were not afforded for years anything that resembled grace. They were not afforded any opportunity to not only be heard, but to be conversed with, to be connected with, and to be involved in the implementation of something that was going to fix the frickin' problem. I'm trying to be very mindful, because when I start to get overly passionate, I don't want anybody to miss what I'm saying for what I might be doing. But there's a level of frustration that I have with this whole complex picture that we find ourselves in. The people weren't heard. The board didn't listen to them. The administration didn't listen to them, flat out. And fast forward now to this board. I can honestly say that every single person sitting across in this table here, or these tables here, cares. I can honestly, and I sat here and I'm kind of glad I went last because I had the opportunity to see what it's like when you have an effective, intelligent, articulate board who cares and who is involved, because each person here on this board brought a different shade to this particular conversation, because one person doesn't have it all. That's not what we had, with all due respect to the 3 previous board members. That's not what we had in the previous boards, with the previous boards. That's not what we had with the previous superintendent. I can honestly say that our superintendent has done a yeoman's job in trying to move forward this. I don't like the term DEI because people of corporate made that term so freaking corporate, but the bottom line is move forth a respect and understanding and a connection to a cultural part of this community. I mean, he had African-American coffee conversations. He had 3 of them. We sit back, afterwards, most of us, with him, with the director of DEI, okay, with 2 members of FAPN, we all debriefed that. That did not happen previously. But we're here because the previous administrations, the history afforded no grace. So therefore, we're not going to get any. I don't believe we're going to get any until we truly, truly, truly earn it. And that does not diminish, that does not minimize any of the work that is currently being done. We have done a lot. But when you're dealing with wounded people or a wounded person who's been traumatized, and let's be clear, if my child comes home and tells me, Dad, such and such treated me in a racist fashion, as an African-American male who has had my fair share of being called the N-word, had microaggressions done to me somewhere along the way, wondering whether or not I did get this situation, was it because of my color, or I didn't get this situation because of my color? When I think about my own personal experiences as an adult, and then think about this extension of who I am, which is my child, and that person's possibly experiencing that, 0 to 10, like that. We have to continue, because I do believe we're doing it, but and I agree with my colleague, Ms. Fox, we can do better. We can continue to search and find what better looks like. But we have to continue to honor their, and when I say their, I'm talking about the entire community now, their lived experiences. Because they're real, they're meaningful, they need to be validated and pulled in and utilized to make us the work that we do for this district as best possible. It is my personal opinion, and I want to stress, it is my personal opinion, that what we as a board need to do is we need to apologize formally to the African American community for the crap that they had to deal with all these years. We need to acknowledge it and apologize for it. That doesn't mean that obviously we did it, but we own this house now. And I don't know how you heal anything without there at first being an acknowledgement of the pain and a genuine heartfelt apology for the experience the individual, or individuals in this case, have gone through. That might help with how things translate between what we do and how they're experiencing it, because that has not been done with previous boards, previous administrations. I think that that's something that we as a board, we and in leadership need to do. And then we can continue to move forward. And as we move forward, grace needs to be, for me, something that's at center for what we're doing. We need to have grace for the parents and the children who are experiencing situations that they have absolutely no business experiencing. We need to have grace We need to have grace for people who make genuine mistakes that can turn into learning experiences. And we need to be able to build a coalition, for lack of a better term, of people who are working to create this safe environment that we all want for our children. We can definitely do better. I can do better. I'm going to own that all day long. We can definitely do better. But the fact that we're sitting here tonight is evidence of the fact that we are doing better, because the previous stuff in the past, this wouldn't have happened. You'd be lucky to be able to get the superintendent on the phone. I know people in the community right now that has Dr. Delgado's cell phone number.
His personal cell phone.
His personal cell phone number. We got people across the board who they have phone numbers of the members of the board. So access that was denied is now available. And if we are going to be solution-oriented, which we need to be, we have to my colleague's point, we have to have conversation. We have to have real conversation. We need to own our parts and own our parts in all of it. Where we all can do better, we need to think about how we can honestly do better. And then we need to move forward for the sake of the children. For the sake of the children. And that's what I try to do. I'll have my conversations with you all when it's necessary for me individually. I speak to you, Madam President, considerably. I'll talk to the superintendent when I have direct questions and things that I need to ask about or things I need to bring to attention. And when something's lifted up to me, I lift it and I take it where it needs to go, seeing all the appropriate people. I mean, that's right now the extent of what I can do. But where I can do more, I'm happy to do more, to the degree I possibly can. Because again, as a person who's been called the N-word, as a person who's walked into the room and people stare at me, as a person, ironically, the day we had our debrief, I was in Costco, I was wearing sweats, I do not look like whatever the stereotypical element happens to be, I don't think. But I was standing by a person who had a cart, I was talking to a person this way, I saw the person grab his cart and slowly pull his cart away from me and tuck it behind him. I wanted to turn around to that man and cuss that man out. And tell him, in no uncertain terms, everything in your doggone basket I could buy twice. So, I get it. I get it big time. And I ask folk to help me get your situation. Because your situation isn't my situation, but I trust and believe that I get it. And to the point, and I do not say this, and this is my final remark, I do not say this in an accusatory way, I say this in a professional way. My job is to hold my superintendent accountable. And I do. I will have conversations with him about things that concern me. I will pick up the phone and talk to him and say, hey, Chris, I think you need to go to the left instead of going over here to the right. Okay? I will have conversations with him and say, no, dude, I do not agree with this particular move. He wasn't on the doggone board, in his position, I think 3 months before he had brought up a situation, and it took two people to help me understand and convince me that what he was doing was the right thing. So I will have conversations with him because my job is to hold him professionally accountable. But I respect the man. I respect what he's bringing to the table. I respect his get-it-done attitude. I respect his attention to detail. And I respect the fact that he's very task-oriented, so if you put it on the task, it's going to get attention. And some things, unfortunately, will take longer than others. This is the man that I trust, and I believe that when we all work together, in addition to and in connection with him, we've got what this district needs to have in order for every single person in this district to flourish. And I just invite folk to have conversation about that, to continue to have conversation about that, and allow for the culture to change. Because unfortunately, I wish to God I could go, I said it was going to be the last thing, I lied, I'm sorry. I wish to God I could go through the district right now and handpick and cherry pick every stupid, ignorant fool who got racism in their mind. I wish to God I could do that. I can't. He can't, and nobody else here can. But when it happens, gone. When it happens, gone. I hate that it happens. I hate that we have to be reactive to something like that. I wish there was a meter that said, you're a racist, bye. You kind of a racist, we can work with you. Oh, you're straight up on our side, come on over. There's nothing like that exists. But trust and believe that when these situations happen, it will be addressed, they will be investigated, and based on what the investigation says, people will be dealt with accordingly. Because if he doesn't do that, that becomes very apparent and glaring, and he's going to have conversation with us. It's real simple. Thank you.
I just want to remind our audience, please, no chiming in, no comment. It was my error at our last meeting. I should have gavelled every time that there was applause and cheering. I didn't know that. So I'd rather not gavel. I'd rather just, if we could all respect this ask, that everyone remain quiet as we engage in our discussion. We thank you. So now that everyone has had their opportunity for opening remarks, let's move into discussion. Yes, Ms. Weems.
I also appreciate hearing from everyone. I think we often all bring a different perspective. What I especially appreciate from you, Mr. Walker, is the reminder and the appreciation about honoring everybody's experiences. Most of us, I dare say all Black people, have had a negative experience. And I was approaching this last situation on its own without appreciating that those lived experiences often create a trigger when anything involving race comes up. And I get that and appreciate that. In a district of our size, with over 1,000 employees, representative and reflective of our community, our nation, the people at Costco, make no mistake, there are going to be issues. I don't condone those issues. I don't sweep those issues under the rug. But I also wish we weren't defined by those singular issues. I wish we were more defined by our actions. And in my experience under this board and this leadership, if and when the less than a handful of issues that I've become aware of have happened, there has been swift, decisive, and appropriate action. Again, as that happens, I believe that is what changes culture over time. I wish there were a magic bullet. There isn't one. That's just how it works. I wish that we could do more to honor experiences. I'm committed personally, and I think my colleagues are as well, to creating the best possible environment for our kids. The best possible environment. And I wish that we could partner more with our community to understand what specific strategies they're looking for. I also honestly wish, I would bet money that the community knows less than half of all of the work that is going on in this district. less than half of what is going on in this district. All of the work that has been done, that continues to be done, even reflecting on this feedback, the coffee and conversations, the connections that we've made with other members of the community. I have never seen more outreach than I have in the past few years. I want to applaud Mr. Walker for his community outreach. We had a fabulous discussion with parents yesterday, and we're doing something with all of that feedback. That's what I'm really appreciating. We got a ways to go here. I'm glad that people are here. I'm really, honestly, very happy. I'm always receptive to public comment and to feedback. If anyone has ever written me a note, you know I've read it and I've responded. I've read every last communication that has ever been sent to me, and I will respond comprehensively because I've read your email, because I care. Again, for the benefit of our kids, I'm confident that we'll work together. I know that we will come together. It's not about us. It's not about any individual board member. It's not about making ourselves look good. It's not about being defensive or deflective or grandstanding at all. It's about our kids. And again, if we can't communicate, that's going to be a problem. Thanks.
Ms. Smith?
Ms. Williams, I like your wish list, but I got a wish list too. It's Valentine's Day. I wish I had a new pair of red bottoms, but I didn't get them this Valentine's Day. But my wish is, we should not have a room filled in a special meeting on Ash Wednesday and Valentine's Day with two different ethnic backgrounds and groups here. We should not.
Please.
Grandstanding, I don't think that's what we're doing. We want answers. We want questions. We want accountability. We want transparency. This is not about one board member. This is not disciplining any of you. These are not complaints. These are concerns. You are here for a reason. You're not here to look at me. You're not here to look at all of us. You're here because some of your children have been verbally abused. We have a proclamation put in place. Yes, Mr. Walker is right. There was a protest down that hill. I was one of the ones that were there. But I had a censor put on me because I spoke up. It's called gaslighting. There was nothing no one found on me, but I spoke up for these children. I spoke up for that assistant superintendent who is no longer here. 170 students wrote an email. They were not all black people. There were students of all ethnicities. Another 170, that would have been a graduating class. We have students that are failing. We have two little old men that come every board meeting. They've been called bigots, they've been called Republicans, but they have pretty much been right on what's going on. I call them the two little Muppets from the Muppet Show because they come to every meeting despite their age, and they speak up and speak out about our test scores. The reason our test scores probably are low is not because of the leadership of Dr. Delgado. It's because you've got teachers, you got a teacher calling me an N-word or telling me to go pick up cotton. What I'm going to do is I'm going to think about that while I'm in class. Did you just say that? So I'm not going to focus on that classwork. You got our Middle Eastern kids that are sitting here with hijabs on. Most of them have been called terrorists. We also have our Jewish students that are being targeted and bullied too. I'm not here for anyone to build me up. I am here for these children. Although many of you may not have voted for me, but I'm still here for your kids. I'm not here to build anybody up to save anybody's job. I'm here for these kids. At the end of the day, I have been very active with FAPN. Although I was a parent that was against FAPN for years, while my children were in the district. I did go and stand down there at that hill, and I fought for those kids. If another group of them want to do it, I'll do it again. Can't get back up the hill, you just got to walk me to the corner. But at the end of the day, we should not be here on Ash Wednesday. We should not be here on Valentine's Day. We should not be here, periodly. We had last Tuesday, and sorry Dr. Delgado was not here, he had a previous engagement. We had a principal, an elementary school principal that stood at that podium and said, I'm a white man with white privilege. And I did the Scooby-Doo, roll. You gonna say that and you talking about DEI, and you got a room full of black people and Middle Eastern people. Make it make sense. I may not always agree with what all of our colleagues are saying, and you know, I hear what people are saying, that last board did this, that last board did that. I will speak very highly and proudly, although me and Ms. Weems don't always have the same thoughts. Ms. Weems and I worked together during that time to try to make things right for these students. And Ms. Weems and I were targeted because we were trying to do what was right for these students. I have been targeted continuously. I'm still being targeted, but I'm going to keep on fighting. No, I'm not grandstanding trying to make this about Angie. I give less than a good hot chocolate. Because, I'm going to tell you what, I feel like John Coffey in the Green Mile. Boss, I'm tired. Dog tired. I had people call me this morning of 2 incidents that have happened at STEAM in less than 2 days. I got another parent that reached out of a civil rights leader. His niece reached out and told what is going on with her child. Now, do I know if Dr. Delgado knows all of this? I'm not sure. But people feel comfortable picking up the phone, calling me, because they know I have no fear. I have no fear of what my colleagues think. I definitely ain't got no fear of what Dr. Delgado thinks. And I have no fear of what the community thinks. Every child, when I finish a letter, I write, as always, yours for children. That is children that are special needs, financially unhealthy, white students, black students, Puerto Rican students, Ukrainian students, Middle Eastern students. Every child under the sun, or if you believe in God, all of God's children. And even if you don't, I got them covered too. I'm tired. I should not be here tonight. You should not be here tonight. So little digs, coming at me, I could take them. I done took bigger ones. And I'll continue to take them. But I'm going to keep fighting for these kids.
I would like to move us to the solution part of our dialogue. So what do we need to do better for our community? What systems do we need to put in place that are not already in place, or processes? What pieces are we missing? We've heard a lot about Dr. Delgado's focus on DEI. We heard about, and we remember vividly, our evening at North Farmington High School when we all sat together in solidarity defending our focus on DEI. It's one of our 4 board goals. It's one of Dr. Delgado's top superintendent goals. It's a goal that we've made as a priority for Dr. Delgado in his evaluation. So we are committed to the work, we're doing the work, we're moving forward, but clearly there are some pieces missing. So what ideas do we have about how to figure out what else we need to do or what we need to do better? So let's dialogue about that. What suggestions do we have? Yes, Ms. Fox?
Yes, for me, the level of the DEI is not what I expect.
What would you like to see?
Well, I'm going to say.
Okay.
So I believe that there should be more action items as it relates to DEI. For example, some of the items that I have placed here, and it is, we should have more quick actions to deal with concerns of difficult situations to parents and the community. We should fire teachers and staff when they're using the N-word or any other racial slurs of all people. We should invite Black and brown parents and students and community activists to have a voice in developing the DEI program. There should be ongoing training of teachers and staff to be friendly to all guests in the schools and act as though that they don't see you in the halls. I believe that there should be an upgrade of the current DEI director to associate superintendent. I believe that offer of Black and brown and white educators have to have a voice as when we're interviewing for teachers. I believe that there should be immediate action with staff about racial and sexual issues. I believe that there should be quickly investigation and discipline, that the superintendent should also develop a comprehensive discipline process for all staff, and that we hold the district staff accountable to ensure for K through 12th grade students that every one of our students should be able to come out of this school district reading at school level, grade level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Mr. Rich, you have some additional? Go ahead. Oh.
My suggestion is, what Dr. Delgado did a couple of months ago, is continue the conversation with FAPN, with Mr. Smith, and board members. Take that information and don't just take it in, do something with it. I think that there should be, first of all, that proclamation needs to go in the garbage, effective immediately. It's a joke. That proclamation is just to water people down, to keep people quiet, but you see what this has caused. I think the proclamation, it should be revised, relooked at under the new superintendent's look and watch, and have someone that lives in the district or other people that are activists or whatever that know about this kind of work get involved. I also have made the comment to Dr. Delgado, we also need to have staff training. We had it a few years ago under Naomi Cahill, and we could do that again. I don't know how he's going to go about doing it. I don't know if you can make it mandatory, but this board needs it, especially the two of you at the table, because of the behavior that you have shown throughout the community and what you've done. So that should be some training that you all need to learn how to articulate and work with minorities. But Dr. Delgado did sit down with us in a meeting, and I did share that we do need to have a workshop. It took a couple of days. This was done under Dr. Heitch. He, thought that was a great idea, and let's move on with that. But we need to have more conversations with our community members and talk to these parents. I don't want to see a teacher resign because they're going to go somewhere else and do the same thing. I want to see teachers fired. You could be fired for this because it's a hate crime. That's pretty much where I'm at with that, but that proclamation, that's got to go.
Here's a copy of the proclamation, in case anybody wanted to see it.
Oh, I don't need it, I know what it's.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, go ahead.
So a few things. When we look at us as a governing board, we are a board of 7, but we are a team of 8.
Yes.
Because what we do is we say the what. What do we want to see? And the lists that are being provided by Ms. Fox and Ms. Smith are great starts, because these are what? The actual, we have a substantive, or sorry, not substantive, we have a tangible what that we want to see. It is then up to Dr. Delgado and his team to figure out the how. And so that is what we as a board need to do, is provide, because the only time that we can tell Dr. Delgado the what is at this board table as a board. We can't do that one member, 2 members, 3 members even. It needs to be an action of the board to give him that direction. And that's how he's then able to do all these things that we want him to do, but he can't do that without that direction.
From all.
From us as a board. And that's what we hired him to do. That's what we hire any superintendent to do. I think one thing, is we talk about the building of these concerns, that this isn't, a one-time thing, that there has been years and years and years in history that has caused a lot of this pain, a lot of this hurt, and a lot of these feelings. And yet, we still have community members saying that this history never happened. And that's one thing I know for a fact, that this board acknowledges that things have happened, and that there has been racism in this district, in this community, going back a long time. But when people come to this board and say, that's not something that ever happened, they're not coming in good faith. And that's a big issue when we look at these problems. These are, things that they didn't just rise up out of nowhere. And so we, as a board, have acknowledged in the past that this is a history that has happened, and unfortunately there are instances that do continue to happen. But our approach when they do happen now is a whole lot different than they were, and we continue that work. So, again, I'm really appreciative of having these bullet points that you've got right now, as these are actions that we want to see. And I know Dr. Delgado is taking down these notes so that he can then report to us how is he going to get it done? Because that's what our board is going to demand to see, and that's what our community is going to demand to see.
Thank you, Mr. Rich. And Mr. Walker.
In an effort to be a part of a more solution-oriented situation, one of the things that I would like to see that we can improve on is a little more information on what we can say legally, so that if there is misinformation out there, because we as the board, we also act as ambassadors for the district as well in our communications with folks.
What we can say.
What we can say, what we as board members can say about particular incidents. So case in point, this one that just happened. I never knew how much I could say or couldn't say, so it was better for me to not say anything at all, even though sometimes people who were talking to me about it were giving me complete misinformation, but I did not know what I could correct because I didn't want to put the district legally in a bad spot. So having a better idea of how we can, when the loop gets closed or wherever we are in the process, exactly what we can and cannot say that does not jeopardize said investigation or any any penalties or consequences that are going to be levied, that would be incredibly helpful to me as a school board member and any contact that I would have with them out there in the community. That's one thing.
So perhaps some kind of list of, here's the information, this is what we can say, and this is what's confidential, and this is what we can say.
There may be some generic or evergreen kinds of things, rules and policies or protocols, but when we get to specific situations, you know, based on where it might be in the process, what can we say? You know, what can we not, what should we stay far away from that will jeopardize where it is right now? If it's concluded, can we talk about the whole thing? I honestly don't know. And so that would be very helpful to me, because then when someone is talking about it and they don't have all the correct information, I can then give them the correct information.
Right. So so there's the piece around something just happened, Dr. Delgado shares information with us, this is confidential, and maybe we can only say this much.
Correct.
Now,
I mean, he's
but
very
then-
good when situations happen, we get a notification about that. If he's in the midst of it, there'll be a notification about that. But again, as we interact, what can we say?
And once it's concluded in whatever
And
fashion.
when the situation is over,
What
are we
can we
allowed
then
to talk
say?
about any aspect of it whatsoever? Because again, we have to be responsible as legal representatives of this district as well.
And just one moment, Ms. Heinrich, I know you wanted to say something, but I've been thinking a lot about the communication piece and communicating back with our community, both in terms of when things happen, and so this would certainly help clarify that piece around what we're allowed to say, when we're allowed to say it, and you know, what we can give back to the community in terms of, you know, details. And then also, I wanted to say that on FAPN Saturdays, the Super Saturdays, generally, Ms. Heinrich, Ms. Fox, and I are there pretty much every Saturday, tutoring the children who show up. I'm going to stay after from now on Saturdays. Tutoring is from 9 to 11. I'm going to stay after, and if anyone wants to talk about anything, I'll be there. If by 11:30 nobody's there, I think I'll go, especially once May comes. I do a volunteer shift at the farmer's market too after tutoring. But now there are a few Saturdays when I'll be taking care of my elderly parents, and so I'll somehow figure out a way to get that information out to the community. But generally on FAPN Saturdays, I'm going to be staying at FAPN, tutoring from 9 to 11, and from 11 o'clock on if anybody wants to come. Also, my phone number is 248-497-6633. Let me give that to you again. 248-497-6633.
Dr.
And hang on, we have, Ms. Heinrich is waiting to go
Oh,
next.
I didn't know she had her hand.
Yeah, she did. So call, and I will meet you as my friends Bill and Eugene can attest, and my new friends Jenna and Naima can attest. I will make time to meet with you. So I know that's just one of the 7 of us, but it's a starting place so that the conversation, the discussion doesn't end tonight. This is hopefully a reset of our ongoing work to move this important work forward. So I think there's a lot of room for us to also, as a board, to do a better job of letting the community know all the things that we currently have in process, that we already are doing proactively to improve the situation for all of our students. So, Ms. Heinrich, you had something to say.
Yeah,
And then Ms. Smith, you'll be next.
I'm going to try and keep it brief, but I'm just processing a lot of things. And one of the things is, just sitting here looking out into this room, I was raised in Saginaw, okay, and I chose to live in Farmington. One of the things that, and I didn't research communities and choose Farmington for its diversity. My husband's sister lived here, and we bought a house, and I've been thankful ever since. Nobody chooses the skin that they're born in, okay? But in the 49 years that I've lived in Farmington Hills, I can't count how many times people I've met in all of my places that I go, that people choose to live here for the diverse community and for the school district. And listening to the concerns of our community members, listening to our board members speak, you know, I wake up every morning thankful that I live in Michigan, to be quite honest, with everything that's going on in the country and the world. I wake up every morning that I'm thankful that I'm in Farmington Hills. I'm thankful that I have the opportunity to serve on this board. The things we can do, there's 7 seats at this table. We're committed to work towards our common goals. We need to make sure that all 7 seats are filled on all the opportunities we have on our Saturday board retreats, at our board meetings, at our community dialogues, to make sure that we communicate with each other, act with positive intent, and actually listen to each other and see how we can support each other in the work that we're doing. And early in my career, I taught at Mercy High School, and we worked with Focus Hope, and that really impacted the way I interacted with all people throughout my career, how I raised my children. And I think it's important to listen to the different perspectives and hear these truths, because I can't experience the same thing that Mr. Walker does. I don't have the same experiences that Dr. Blau has. I don't have the same experiences as, Mr. Rich, Ms. Weems, Ms. Fox, or Ms. Smith. But we all bring something to the table, and we can all, since George Floyd, I made a commitment to read a lot more. And so I read a lot of books, but one of them, a book that I read, was by a white woman for white people, but doing nothing is not an option. And I hear every person sitting at this table saying doing nothing is not an option. So it doesn't matter what skin we're born in. It matters that we all choose to be here in this community. We all choose to make a commitment to advocate for our children, and doing nothing is not an option. And so having these conversations on what we can do, and having honest conversations to task our superintendent, hold him accountable, and make reasonable requests, I think is a reasonable first step.
Ms. Smith?
I know Mr. Walker asked, what can we say? That's part of your 101 classes when you take MASB. You will go to the grocery store, and you're going to have to put them peas back in that ice cream and listen to your community. How I've been getting information is through the news and through the community. Do I want to hear it? No. So what I usually do is shop on the other side of town. But at the end of the day, when your community asks you questions, you should be able to have them answered. Now, can you go into the weeds and tell everything? No. They know that you can't tell everything. I learned a lot my first few years on this board, even though I was not accepted. But we had a board president at the time. I don't know where that man is now. But David Turner was an awesome board president. And the things that he taught me, they went a long way. I learned that being on this board is going to be hard, and you're going to be by yourself a lot of times. And I think about that. And everybody can't be a great leader. Everybody can't lead. Now, we all got elected to these seats, but that don't mean we all leaders. As far as saying those board retreats, those aren't mandatory. They've actually become tribunals. Board members have been attacked. Other people, we have jobs too. So your meeting that you had last night, I could not attend. I have a job now, and I hold responsibilities. Those are not mandatory either. But having a board relationship should be mandatory, and that has not been in the past year. So at the end of the day, the bottom line is what we say to the community is like having a normal conversation. Just like you talk about family matters or whatever, it's certain family matters you just won't bring up. So it's easy. It's just like learning to drive the car. You may have a manual in front of you to tell you not to go through a red light, but you should know that, and then you should know to look both ways. But I want to say, I mean, I've heard how this board was dysfunctional a few years ago. We were. But it was never obvious, and it was never, we had a board president that knew how to make phone calls and ask each and every board member something. And you could actually trust that president. You could actually trust what he had to say. You can take what he said and know that he was working with you and not against you. So that's what we need more of. And I don't know where that man is, but I hope he's listening somewhere. But after that gentleman, I have not seen any more of that leadership in quite some time. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Weems? Oh, and okay, I was going to propose that after Ms. Smith and after Ms. Weems, that maybe we would take a 5-minute break or, no? Okay, go ahead.
First, I want to apologize to my board members and to the community. I may run out here and there. I've got a personal matter going on. But that doesn't mean that I don't care. Obviously, I'm here, which is, anyway, the question was, what do we think we can do? And I appreciate what my colleagues have said. I actually took a moment to look up what our kids told us. I think we already have a lot of adult policies. I heard some recommendations that, frankly, we already have. We already have forums. Many of us are already connected to FAPN. In fact, every last one of these board members and our superintendent and our superintendent's wife have been involved at one point or another with FAPN. I used to go every Saturday and bring my kids, but this year has been a challenge for me. I've started a scholarship for FAPN students, and each one of my colleagues, I believe, have been tutoring. We started conversations with our community. We have adult policies already in place around discipline. But what was clear to me is that sometimes our kids don't know what our policies are. And I think that we could do a better job of making sure that they knew what to do when they experience microaggressions, when they experience overt racism. Do they even know? I don't think we've taught them. I don't think we've told them what to do. I think that that's something that maybe we could do a better job of. I think that based off of what I heard our kids say to us and through the surveys that we received, our kids want more education around stereotypes. That's what they said they want. They want more conversation around history. Perhaps we could teach on the use of the N-word. I have 2 of my 3 students are in high school, and I can tell you, they hear that word on a daily basis. Daily basis. What are we doing to teach our children? I think there's more that we could do there. I think we could teach them more about history. I think we could teach them more about microaggressions. I think that there's an opportunity for us, and that's what they say. I'm reading from them. They want more in this area. They also want to, separate from that, I think maybe we should consider a policy against all slurs. I just mentioned that the word is used regularly in our school by our students. We can claim it's not happening, but it is. And so if that word is so offensive, then perhaps we think about a policy against it. Now we have to think about what the consequences are. I mean, that's a whole different discussion, but maybe that's a conversation we need to be having is, what are our kids watching, listening to? What do we allow them to watch or listen to, or even say? That's a conversation we haven't had, that maybe we need to. That's all I have to say.
I just wanted to take a moment just to be real clear about what I was asking for, because I know that when we engage the community and such, especially if I don't have specific information to refer to our communications director or to Dr. Delgado, but considering some of the more hot topic issues that take place within the district, things that jump off that, you know, the community might want a little more information about, in those particular instances is what I was referring to in terms of what can I say, what can I not say, how do I best address it, because if it's an impassioned issue such as what we're talking about tonight, I think the last thing a parent wants to hear is, go talk to our communications director, go talk to the superintendent, I can't talk to you about it, or that's all I can really say. I want to be able to engage a little more in-depthly without placing the district in harm's way.
Or the individuals involved in
Or the
whatever the
individuals
situation is. Mr. Rich?
Yeah, and especially, you know, if there's an active investigation, if someone is doing something wrong, if someone is doing something wrong, we want to make sure that they are held accountable. But that means that we need to make sure that the investigation is done properly. That there's nothing interfering with it, with the court of public opinion, the other people getting involved in it, trying to change facts how they might be. That gets in the way of making sure that someone is held accountable for doing something wrong. And so that's part of, I understand the wanting to not get in the way of that, because we want to make sure that people are held accountable. What I think we need to do as a board is tell Dr. Delgado tonight that, you know, what has been presented thus far, and we can give ourselves the next 48 hours to send him information as well, you know, bullet points of what we want to see.
Like any additional
things that come to mind,
Come to
because we want to make sure that, you know, this isn't just things that we came to the board with. It might be something that we sleep on and think about, or someone might bring it to us, and that we can bring to him as well, and that he can then bring to us, what is he going to do? What is the action plan?
The how.
Things like that. The how, exactly. And that then also goes into the, you know, we then look at, okay, this is, you know, these are things that we're already doing, and he can list, these are things we're already doing. But that at least provides an actual physical document and documentation of, this is what we are asking, this is what has been done, this is what's going to be done, and, you know, things like that, so that we can report that to the community, because just saying that we're going to do something isn't going to do anything.
Right.
We want to be able to actually have follow-up, and, you know, I think that's a great way to start it. is having that direction, because then he also has time to meet with his team who put this into effect as well.
Can I just, that's it, one quick thing. So I would ask, I know, Dr. Delgado, you have taken lots of notes. I've taken lots of notes, but I would invite each of my board colleagues, those asks that you had, if you would maybe send them in an email to Dr. Delgado so he has your exact asks and words. I think that then we can begin that process. And are we generally in agreement around, this is not something we have to vote on, around maybe over the next 48 hours, if additional things come to mind, we can get those over. I mean, not that the window closes, and we always are able to offer some suggestions or asks, but.
Can I say one more short thing?
Yeah, hang on just one second. Let me just finish this thought. And then, and this is why I wanted us to have, we all knew we needed to have this conversation. And again, we aren't allowed to have this conversation unless it's in public. And also so that the community can see our work. Often, and this is, I think, an unintended consequence of our retreats, we need that time, from 9 o'clock to 3 p.m., 4 to 5 Saturdays during the course of the year to do this kind of work. This is the kind of work that we, we're able to take deeper dives into things like literacy and like DEI and other issues. But because usually people don't attend our retreats, the community hasn't been seeing this part of the work that we've been doing. And so one thing that we might want to consider is on some kind of rotating basis, maybe have some of these additional board meetings dedicated to dialoguing in public about some of these topics. That's, we can revisit that as a board another time. But Ms. Heinrich, go ahead, sorry.
One of the big theme in this section of our conversation is about our DEI, our commitment, the work that Mr. Smith is doing, how he's working with the staff and, training, teachers as far as how to intervene, how to interrupt behavior and things like that. And if he has, and this conference that I went to talked about, this Dr. Tracy Durant talked about how it took 5 years for her to put the systems in place, but she said that, they had everybody trained, and just this year, they're including the board members. And so one of the asks, I think, is for the board members to experience, it's like, we're told our teachers are being taught how to deal with this, and, experience or have the board to be invited to experience the training that the staff is giving in terms of this, and also experience how that expansion is going, because Ms. Weems was really good at pointing out the asks of the students, and so the opportunities for students to receive instruction on, what they should do and things like that. And so as a board member, I would like to experience it the way, through the eyes of the staff, through the eyes of the student, and I think that helps us be more understanding of what we can do as far as in terms of policy and what we can ask you to improve on and ask our district to improve on.
So I would recommend, it's been 2 hours, that we take maybe a 10-minute recess, use the restroom, get some water, and then come back, and if we're comfortable, we could then move to the next topic. So, yes.
Is it okay that the public, because they're getting restless, this is a holiday and a holy holiday, so can we let the public speak? Because we could have done this sidebar. I would like to hear what the community has to say.
I'm sorry, we've already approved our agenda.
And it could be amended, too.
There are members of the community here, Ms. Smith, to hear also about the Palestinian.
And they could do the public comment, and then the Palestinian.
No, we're going to have our conversation first. We're going to have our conversation. We're going to have our conversation first. We are going to have our conversation first. We're going to take our recess now. Thank you.
So, 10 minutes, 8:05.
10 minutes, guys. Quiet in the audience, please, so that we may resume. We need quiet in the audience, thank you. And I will remind our audience that we need it absolutely quiet in this room at all times. Thank you. Oh, yes, if you want to have a conversation, you can step into the hallway, but in this room, this is our board meeting, and we need it absolutely quiet in here. Are they still quiet? No. Okay, so let's move on to our next topic, which is addressing the issues raised by and on behalf of members of our Palestinian community. And this time, pardon me? Did you have a question?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we amend the agenda to move public comment up first and then put that, the Palestinian community remarks from us on after the public comment. That's a motion.
I hear you.
You have to call first.
Is there a second?
Ms. Fox.
Okay, second? Okay.
Discussion.
Discussion, is there any discussion on this? Yes?
Yeah, I just want clarity. So are we doing one public comment, or what is?
What is
Just
the
one
ask?
of one.
Just one?
So that at least you could be here to hear the public comments too, Ms. Weems, because I know you said you had to leave. And then put the,
My concern is an equity issue. The members of our Palestinian community have been waiting for 2 hours to listen to our board address their issues of concern. And I feel uncomfortable asking our Palestinian community members to wait for however many hours it's going to take us to go through public comment before they hear us as a board address the issues that they have come here to hear us address. So that's my concern around switching the public comment. No disrespect to you at all, Ms. Smith or Ms. Fox. That's my concern. Yes.
I'm a little torn here, actually, because I would appreciate if I were in the audience that I would want to get my public comment out. At the same time, we did post the agenda, and the public comment has been after discussion items. And so generally speaking, not that you could ever time it, but if you were interested only in making public comment, you would come towards the end of the meeting.
That's true. So there might be some members of our Palestinian community or our African American community who are maybe, for example, putting children to bed and are going to come after, and they would miss public comment since we posted it in this order.
I would definitely not want anybody to miss public comment. I would have an issue with that. So I'm still thinking I move on to someone else.
Yes, Mr. Rich.
The other thing I'm torn about is, so first, I want to say, we as a board value public comment. We do, that's why we're having this meeting.
That's right.
Is as a result of the public comment from our last board meeting. That's why we are all here tonight, is because of that. But we went through 2 hours on our first item, and I'm assuming we are going to have a robust conversation on our next topic, which, yes, does push public comment back further. However, public comment might be relating to the things that we would be discussing during that second topic, during our second topic.
Correct.
At which point, the things that were said in public comment might no longer be, not relevant, but they won't be as applicable potentially.
Because we will have already
We've already talked about
addressed
different
those
things.
issues.
Exactly. And so I think that's part of why it's after the discussion items, is so that we can actually have that discussion and then hear from the public as well.
Right, that's why, as a board, we discussed it ahead of time and decided to place the public comments collectively after our discussions, for precisely that reason. Ms. Heinrich, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I agree with everything that my fellow board members have said. I'm concerned about the equity and, you know, in your opening statements, this is a meeting of the board held in public, and we committed to alter our schedules, and these board members are all making sacrifices to be here tonight, including, and not to disrespect me, because you are making sacrifices also, but we're committed to doing the work that we said that we came here for. And as far as your statement about equity, you know, item B was second on the agenda, but it deserves the same respect that item A was on the agenda, and item C deserves the same respect that items A and B. And to Mr. Rich's point, some of the issues that our community members are here to say might be addressed during our discussion, and it might impact what needs to be said further for public comment. So it's not an easy decision, and you know, we're looking at what is best for the work of the board in order to move forward.
Yes, Mr. Walker.
My personal feeling is, and respectfully, this is the agenda that we put forth. We gave considerable time to the first item, African-American community. This subject matter deserves the same amount of time. I think anybody who came to this meeting tonight knew it was going to be a long haul, okay? And so I know when I came in here, I knew we're going to be here for a while, because this is what is necessary. So I believe we should just follow the agenda as it's been put forth, and give our community what we told them we were going to do. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Call the question.
Well, hang on. Ms. Smith?
I'm not taking away from anything that any of these people have to say. It's just the point that we went into 2 hours, and as we see, this audience is dwindling down. Many of them have children. I was not anticipating a large crowd as this because of the holidays. Am I proud that we do have this? Yes. But it's not, you know, I'm not taking away from what the community, the Muslim community has to say, by no means. I'm just looking at the respect of their time and not so much worried about ours, because we did have this set up. As far as it being equity, it has nothing to do with equity, it has to do with respect. And so to see someone sit in the audience for this long length of time, I would like them to speak, and then maybe we could have the conversation, what we hear around what else is being said. That's the only thing I'm saying. And I respect all of your decisions and how you're looking at it. I'm just looking at it, you are looking at it from a glass half full, I'm looking at it half empty.
Ms. Weems?
I'm a no on moving the public comment because of the reason I just said. I don't think it's fair to folks who may be coming later. However, I think a healthy compromise might be to just have 2 public comments. We could do one now, and we could do one later.
That makes sense.
My concern around that is that puts our Palestinian community members at a disadvantage, because they're going to have to sit all the way through public comment before they even get to begin to hear us as a board address the issues that they came here tonight to hear us address.
I don't disagree with you.
And I don't, that, Ms. Smith, is the equity piece of which I'm speaking. That it's a disservice to our Palestinian community members to.
Point of clarification, I'm sorry. We do keep saying our Palestinian members, we do have more than just our Palestinian.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yes, we have
Here
another
tonight,
topic, yes, that's true.
So it's, right.
Yes, that's true, yes, and the other people who have come to have their topics addressed as well. Yes, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Rich. So why don't we go ahead and take a roll call vote?
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Fox? Yes. Ms. Weems?
No.
Ms. Heinrich?
No.
Mr. Walker?
No.
I'm a no. Dr. Blau?
I am a no.
Motion fails.
I'm sorry. Okay, so let us go ahead and proceed.
One more.
Yes.
If I may, just before we
Yes.
proceed, I understand that, there's the feeling that we aren't respecting public comment on this first issue and that people are here, spending their evening here and have other things that they wish that they were doing tonight. If you are unable or unwilling to stay for public comment, you're more than welcome to email the board. We do value your public comment, though. Again, I want that to be to be stressed, because that's the reason that we're here tonight, is because of public comment.
Correct. Correct. Yes. Emails, phone calls, we respond to all of that. So, yes, so there are other vehicles through which members of the community are welcome to share their feedback with us. Yes. Okay, then let's go ahead and move on to the issues raised by and on behalf of members of our Palestinian community. And this time, let's start at the other end of our board table. Mr. Walker, did you have any opening remarks that you would like to make?
I wish that something as simple as the loss of life didn't have to be something that finds its way into a political arena. And I don't care which side a person would be in this particular subject matter, and I admit wholeheartedly that I don't have enough information about it to offer an opinion about it. But loss of life is loss of life to me, and I wish that that is something that we could be dealing with specifically and directly.
Is it on?
It's on. I'm sorry. I will speak up. When our Palestinian community came and as they began to speak, I look at them and I feel the same pain that I feel when our African American community came and spoke. Subject matters are different, but pain and trauma is still real. And some of the things that they were talking about specifically as it relates to safety within the schools, emotional trauma within the schools, I liken a lot of that to some of the trauma that our African American students would receive and think about when they would see videos of people jogging and men jogging and getting shot, and some of the George Floyd videos and things of that nature. I think that there is some connection and some similarity around all of that. I hear them. I hear them loud and clear, and I feel for them in that respect, and I feel for the loss of life for all parties involved in that. And this is incredibly complex and will require discussion. That's it.
Where I see our role as a school board is we need to make sure that our students feel safe and supported in our district. And that means that, one, we need to acknowledge and mourn the loss of innocent civilian lives. And the events in October happened, and everything that has happened since has happened. And there has been a lot of innocent lives lost. And we have students in our community who are feeling that. We hear it, and we heard a lot about it in public comment. And so we need to make sure that what we're hearing from them isn't happening anymore, with the fact of not having a place where they feel that they can go. If they are feeling alone, if they are feeling like they are being, if they're being discriminated against, or they are feeling they are experiencing some sort of anti-Islamic or anti-Semitic sentiments from their classmates, from their teachers, from anyone in the school community, that they know where they can go. And we are making sure that services are provided, making sure that they can speak to counselors, that they can speak to what kind of services we can provide as a district. Because we want to make sure that in our schools, they feel safe, they feel heard, and they feel welcome. And that just can't happen. And if they can't feel that way, they can't learn.
Yes, I have great compassion, I have great empathy for the suffering that is going on in this world. There is no question about that. When the request was made, one thing that the initial reaction is, what is the role of the board? And is it the role of the board to make a statement on global political events that are happening? So what is under the purview of the board? And so rather than jumping into this, the role of the board is to do some research. And so that was the request. Fortunately, we had the opportunity to attend a National School Board Association conference, and so we had an opportunity to speak with members of National School Board Association, Michigan School Board Association. We sat down and had a sit-down conversation, very meaningful conversation with the interim superintendent of Ann Arbor Public Schools. And so we've done our due diligence and our due research on this. So what I want to focus on tonight in this discussion are the things that are within the role of the school district, the things that are within the role of the Board of Education, and the things that are within our control while our students are in our building. Because there's a lot of trauma, as our colleagues have pointed out, and there's a lot of things going on in this world that our students are suffering. We heard many comments from our Palestinian community. We've received emails from other religions, interests in the community about concerns and divisiveness. We have, the war in Ukraine has been going on for 2 years. We have so many languages spoken in our schools. I was going to get out my facts to find out how many, and then there's the crisis at the border, and there's so much going on in the world. And so I want to talk about what we can do for all of our students to make sure that they are seen, that they are heard, that they are supported, that when they are in our schools, they have a place to go, they have trusted adults to talk to, they have support services that are available to them. What can we advocate for? What can we direct our superintendent to put in place? What can we do so that there are not any unintended consequences for members of our community that might not be as vocal, but are affected, and we don't want to have any negative effects, and start that. So what is within our role? What can we do to support our students is what I want this conversation to be focused on tonight.
In the Farmington Hills proclamation that Mayor Rich and the Farmington Hills City Council issued a week ago Monday, it indicates that in Farmington Hills alone, we have residents who speak more than 60 languages. So So we have a very, very diverse community. Some of the things that stood out for me, and several of my board colleagues have already spoken to what our role is and is not as a local school board. And as Ms. Heinrich pointed out, we did a lot of research with a lot of different individuals and organizations around this topic, and it is our charge is to focus on the education of the students we serve. And as many of you who have received feedback from me, we tried to respond to every, I responded to every email that I received from any members of the community on this topic. That is not our purview to weigh in on international geopolitical conflicts. However, after our last board meeting, Ms. Heinrich and I had a conversation with two members of our Palestinian community, and we began to discuss back and forth, well, okay, if it can't be a ceasefire resolution, could it be a bilateral cessation of hostilities resolution? And we were talking back and forth about how, well, that still falls outside of the purview of our role as a board. That's still inserting ourselves into international, political conflicts in a way that is not, it takes us away from our central focus on the education of the students we serve. But my two friends offered to meet with us, and we met for coffee last Friday. We spent the first half an hour just getting to know each other as three ladies having coffee at Tim Hortons. Talked about our families and those kinds of things. And then we began to work, and I have copies of all of this, and I know others have opening remarks too, so we'll do this work in a little bit, but I have copies for each of you of the Farmington Hills Hate Has No Home Here proclamation that was issued a week ago Monday by the City of Farmington Hills and Mayor. I also have, I already passed out to you a copy of our own Farmington Public Schools Anti-Racism Proclamation. And I also have, this is 2 pages, so make sure you take both pages. I also brought a copy for each of us of the ceasefire resolution that Ann Arbor Public Schools issued. And Jenna, Naima, and I sat down, and one of the first things that stood out to us is the anti part and the hate part. And we decided at the beginning of our conversation, of our work together, that our focus, the Ann Arbor Proclamation is 2 pages. Okay. Anyway, we decided right at the beginning that our focus needed to be peace. That we needed to start with a vision for peace. And so we spent the next, hour and a half, the three of us, and we didn't really know where to start, so we started with these 3 documents. We started with our own Farmington Public Schools Anti-Racism Proclamation and the City of Farmington Hills Hate Has No Home Here Proclamation, and the Ann Arbor Ceasefire Resolution. And together, we circled things and we played around with the wording, and we, can't say ceasefire or bilateral cessation of hostilities. What wording could we use that might work? And will everyone be satisfied with it? Probably not, but we really were dedicated. We were really, the three of us, committed to trying to find a way forward together. And so I came home and I wrote up all the ideas that we'd come up with, and I, have them all, all of them written down there. Here's out here somewhere. Oh, yeah. So I have like all of my notes from our conversation and the things that we circled and the wording that we tried to put in. I have all these pages here. So I typed it all up and sent it to my board colleagues, and have gotten some input and feedback. So I have for you the revised ideas for some kind of peace resolution for our board that, and after everyone has shared their opening comments, it doesn't have to be right after, but at some point during our discussion of this topic, I would really like us as a board to have deep conversation around this. I recognize that I am only one of 7 votes, so ultimately our board might decide not to approve any kind of resolution or proclamation. I recognize that, and Jenna and Naima and I talked about that when we did our work together. I'm only one of 7, and we can only act all together as a full board. So, but we worked on this together. I've gotten input from my board colleagues, and so at some point during our conversation of this topic tonight, I look forward to having some discussion, some vibrant, deep discussion around whether we are willing to move forward with some kind of peace resolution coming from our board, and if so, we can start with this wording, or we can start from scratch. It doesn't have to be this one, but at least we have a starting place. So I wanted to mention a couple of other items that really caught my attention and heartstrings as I listened to public comment from the members of our Palestinian community and those who spoke on behalf of them. There were some issues that were brought up last Tuesday around things like, are our teachers only showing the CNN 10 version of global events? In what ways might the CNN 10 reporting on global events be biased toward one group or another? Might that be something we need to look into? Are there alternate resources that we can find and provide to our teachers and students that provide for additional perspectives, including the history of the region? Are students being, we heard that some students say that they're being told they can't talk about, study, present on, write about, or discuss what they and their own families are experiencing. And this would be true, not that that part would be true, but that there, as Mr. Rich pointed out, there is a need for people in both the Palestinian community and the Jewish community to talk about what they're experiencing, about what's happening, and all of that. So are we providing opportunities for our students to have those conversations? As Mr. Rich pointed out, what services are we providing in our schools to give all of our students the support that they need, and making sure that they know where to go to get the help that they need? But beyond that, creating opportunities for deeper, broader dialogue about these difficult topics. We heard some things around policies, someone having to take a Palestinian flag off their locker. If somebody had an Israeli flag on their locker, would they have to also take it off? What are our policies around that? Is it universal? Nobody gets to have flags, or everybody gets those are some of the things that came up in some of the comments. Are our students being offered any place, time, or opportunity for dialogue about what they're bearing witness to, healing circles, extra support service, and so on? So it's not just around some sort of resolution, it's also around some of these other issues that that were borne out during the comments made during public comment last Tuesday. Ms. Weems?
Sure. So that was a lot. I'm going to just summarize my perspective, and I hope pretty briefly. I do not support a ceasefire resolution. This does not mean I'm okay with people dying and being killed. It does not mean that there is blood on my hands. It means that I'm in agreement that this is a tragic humanitarian crisis. But so is Ukraine and Russia conflict, and so is Congo conflict, and so is China conflict. I don't believe that this is a Board of Education matter that should be diverting attention from the Board of Education on matters that are of an issue here within Farmington Public Schools. I think we should be focused on matters that are an issue here rather than geopolitical issues. That is my perspective. I'm concerned also that a ceasefire resolution may have unintended consequences, as was mentioned, so I won't repeat all of that, to not just one group or population, not just the Jewish population, but many others. As you mentioned, there are a richly diverse group of folks that live in our community. Then I thought about a peace resolution, and maybe would that help and would that be a compromise? And I will tell you that that seems safe and maybe appropriate, but honestly, I feel like I'm not sure what a resolution does except sit on a shelf. I don't know what action it has. We already have policies. Policies have action. Policies are something that need to be acted on. I'd rather focus on policies than a peace resolution. If there are policies that need to be addressed, I would think that we should go to the policy committee and address some of the things that you mentioned where students are feeling like they can't be themselves, they can't come to school as themselves, they can't represent their history, those types of things we should have a conversation about. I don't know that that is resolution worthy. And I'll be honest, I am concerned that the more we discuss things like this, I mean, this is meant to be a nonpartisan board. Board of Education is nonpartisan. And I don't think it should be divisive. I don't think that, I'm not necessarily saying neutral, but clearly not picking sides. And I'll be honest, I'm not educated enough. I'm ignorant when it comes to some of this, and I have not done the research that would be required to properly write something up or weigh in on a proclamation. And again, to do so would be diverting my attention from matters that I should be focused on here. I'm concerned that any resolution, even a peace resolution, sets a dangerous precedent that FPS will weigh in on other matters or other conflicts that come up that may impact students, like women's reproductive rights or the criminalization of gays in other countries or child marriage abroad. There's a lot of stuff that impacts kids and people that we could have opinions on. I just don't think that that's something that we need to be bringing up and addressing our attention here. And again, I feel like weighing in on this just creates this precedent that we'll continue to start writing proclamations and resolutions anytime there is something that people feel passionate about. I'm sure everybody feels passionate one way or another about the political climate in our country. We're not going to write a resolution about, whether people should be on the ballot or not. I mean, it gets to a point where I feel like we need to focus on our core mission, which is the education of kids. And if there are issues, no different than the ones we heard about earlier today around racial tensions, If there are issues and people don't feel safe and comfortable going to school, we need to have that conversation, and we need to address policies there. I don't think a resolution is the answer. So, thanks.
Ms. Fox?
Well, I was going to say something based on what my trustee over here is mentioning as well. I have spoke with some of the Palestinian community, and I've made it very clear that the school board is a board for our children and for the other proclamation and what have you. And I have talked to a number of the folks that are also in the audience as well. Their concern, not to deal with this proclamation, their concern is also that their children do not feel wanted in our schools, that there are actually teachers, and I have been told this several times, that they say things about the way they dress and the things that are on their head and what have you. So again, we need another action item, and that is to make sure that these teachers understand the culture here and to respect it. That's all I have to say.
I learned of this issue a few weeks ago by attending a city council meeting because I was concerned about a Myers being built, apartment building being put up. But at the same time, I was approached by our Palestinian Muslim community. Most of these women I have known for several years, but to hear the stories, not only from them, but from the students. And it's no secret, I attend the volleyball games with the police department in the Palestinian community. And they are a very welcoming group of people. They have never approached me and said, would you do me this favor, or I'll vote for you. I never made any promises to anyone. The meeting was held a few weeks ago, and we heard everything from these students. Not to say that our Jewish students are not being affected, but none of them have come forward like these children. We've got kids as young as middle school and elementary. The other night, I was at the meeting, and I heard, again, what was going on. And this is leaked over. It's like having that gravy, and you don't want that gravy touching your bread. It's done leaked over here from Farmington City Council to Farmington Public Schools. So with that being said, it left from there and it came here because it was their children that were being attacked verbally. The responses that I heard were about the CNN, about the attire, students not even being able to go on field trips because of what happened in October. And parents kept their children home, students hiding in the bathroom. The city council or whoever made a promise to the Muslim community. We had a meeting. Board members went out and had that conversation and said this was going to happen. A proclamation was going to be made. And I will say, Dr. Delgado did not weigh in on that. He never made a promise that that was going to happen, but a board member did. I, on the other hand, said, let us speak to Mr. Smith, not only look at the proclamation from, or resolution from Ann Arbor, but Hamtramck and other tri-county areas that have this resolution in place. I knew we didn't have 4 votes to get this done. But when I spoke, and yes, people cherry-picked, Oh, Angie Smith, you want a proclamation. That is not what I said. What I said was I want all children to be safe. I want these children to be able to go into a school and be able, and Dr. Delgado will testify to this, we have a room right at Warner. I can't remember what they call the name of it. Those students can go in, the Zen room. Yeah. They can go in there and pray. But I want them to be able to pray. I want them to be able to have a lunch where they have a special lunch. I want them to be able to be treated. Well, I ain't gonna say like everybody, because as we see, this room is packed because everybody ain't being treated right. But at the end of the day, these kids deserve something put in place to know they are going to be safe. Like Ms. Williams said, we start writing proclamations for this. Then we got tons of them. We're not even following the one we got now. Because if we were, we wouldn't all be sitting here tonight. So at the end of the day, what I want is something to stay. And as two of my colleagues just said, this is a nonpartisan board. But we have to think of something that we can word that makes sure, and I don't know how many of you watch political TV, but there's a such thing called peace treaties. You need to sit down and talk with both sides. Both sides. And after you sit with both sides, you can come up, oh, it's going to be some harsh words and some hatred or whatever, but you want to be able to come to an agreement where both sides come to an agreement that we write something that neither side will be offended by. That you don't write anything that will hurt, because if you put something out there, my fear is something going to happen to these students, and I don't want anything to happen to these kids. But I want something in writing to say that these children, my children of this community, will be safe. These kids should be able to wear their hijabs. They should be able to walk in with their scarves. They should be able to have the rights to come in here just like anybody else.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Okay. Let's go ahead and open it to dialogue. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I always have things to say.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I don't want to take your...
No,
thing.
go right ahead, go right ahead.
Yeah, this is a good conversation, and there's very good points made. I think the thing that we all agree on is we want all of our students to feel safe and supported, okay? We want our students to be able to be respected. It doesn't matter the color of their skin. It doesn't matter how they dress. It doesn't matter their religion. We can talk about gender, you know, all sorts of things. So there's the common ground. One of the things, we have a policy committee, and I like what Ms. Weems said about we can write proclamations all over the place, but what does it mean? Policies have meat. We don't have a DEI policy. We have a policy committee, and supporting all of our students, our Palestinian students, our Jewish students, our students of all races, our Ukrainian students, you know, we can talk all night. I looked up, I think there's 65 languages. So let's take these revised ideas for a peace proclamation as a working point. You know, what does the policy committee see that we don't have in our policies that we need? We have our proclamation that was
Anti-racism.
anti-racism. I think it was adopted before 4 of us were on the board.
Yes, before we were on the board.
Okay. You know, there, so.
And before
those
Dr.
are-
Delgado as well.
Those are starting points. We have a full-time director of DEI, and DEI is not a black-white issue, DEI is an everybody issue. So we've got so many starting points, so I think we need to send this to our committee, because we have the tools in place, and to come up with drafts of important things and input from all the board members. We went around and said, what are the steps that need to be done? And so, you know, I'm not in charge of the policy committee, and I was just trying to see who's on it. I know Donna Walker is the chair, and Ms. Weems and Ms. Fox are on it. So, you know, we've got good people on the policy committee, you know, reach out to us. What is important? Let's get some drafts, and let's have some conversations about making this policy an important piece of our work. And that is something that is going to be sustainable, it's going to be lasting, it's going to drive what we do as a district. It's going to drive everything that we do, and it's not something that's going to be put on the shelf. And it's within the lane of the Board of Education.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Rich, sorry.
In a continuation of we can always do more, I think it's also, I want to bring Dr. Delgado into part of this conversation. One, what have we done since the conflict began? What are we continuing to do? And then what do you need from the board to then take any next steps with regard to any additional actions or support to provide these services for our students and make sure everyone feels safe?
I can tell you that as I sent the letter to the community after the horrific tragedy, I stated that our role as the school district is to provide a physically and intellectually safe environment. And with our administrators and our counselors and our restorative practices coordinators and all of the staff, as well as our student organizations, we've been doing that. Just yesterday, I had a meeting with our Student Roundtable, which is an organization. Ms. Heinrich was there as well, about 25 of our high school students representing all 3 of our high schools. I explicitly asked them if they're experiencing anti-Semitic or anti-Muslim rhetoric or discrimination in their schools. And the general consensus is no. Some of our students talked about a couple of one-off incidents that have been dealt with swiftly by their administration with support for the students in partnership with their parents. Having said that, the students also said that some of the students may not feel comfortable reporting incidents if they overhear them or if they hear them, whether they're anti-Semitic or anti-Muslim, etc. And so we reinforced with the principals in the room, we reinforced the okay to say anonymous tip line that is all over our high schools, and that encouraged our students to, if you don't have a trusted adult, to use that anonymous tip line that goes right to the Michigan State Police and directly to the administrative team, to my team, so we can launch into crisis mode. So we are taking care of our students, we are supporting our students, understanding that even despite all of our efforts, and even if students aren't experiencing discrimination in our schools, they're still suffering. They're still coming home and they're watching the news like we are, and they're seeing trauma. And they disproportionately have family members who are affected by this specific global crisis. And so we're doing everything that we can as a school district to keep the focus where it should be, which is providing a physically and intellectually safe environment.
Okay. Yeah, oh, yes, Mr. Wall.
that's, excuse me, that's kind of where I land on this. I agree with a number of my colleagues that what's on a piece of paper is on a piece of paper, and if we're not doing things in school, whether we're in a reactive mode because you can't obviously pinpoint when or forecast when something's going to happen, we're stepping up, we're taking care of our children in the best possible way. If we're doing those kinds of things, which our superintendent says that we are, and I believe, then we are acting within the lane in which we can control. I am definitely interested in reviewing our policies to see where there are holes, where there are areas where we can shore up things, without a doubt, and then put, with the policy being teeth, put that into action as well. My concern would be no differently than when, excuse me, our African-American community was speaking. My concerns would be what's happening in the classroom from an instructional point of view. How are those things being dealt with? Should they be dealt with? What level of bias is coming through as they're being dealt with? Those kinds of things.
You mean like with the use of CNN 10 or
Exactly,
materials?
those kinds of things. If that's an area that, involves some more investigation, let's take a look in and see what's going on and how are we doing it. Those are things that we can control. Continuing to hear them, because trauma doesn't go away simply because they had a session with somebody on today. Again, those are things that we can control. I don't see the purpose or the function of us doing any kind of proclamation whatsoever. I see more of what we need to do is to hear them as it relates to what is happening in the school, as it relates to how they're encountering individuals within the school, and that they are getting the same level of respect that anybody would want in the school. If we are not doing all that we can do in that regard, and it sounds like we've got some areas to improve, we said that from the get-go, let us place our energy in that area, and let us focus in on doing that. These are the things we actually can control. I don't know if a piece of paper would solve these kinds of problems. Then, as it was said earlier, our resolution about anti-racism would eliminate a lot of situations that unfortunately we've had to deal with as well. So I do agree with that. So.
What I am hearing, if I might summarize, is that there is a desire to, instead of approving a resolution which would just be a piece of paper that we had all voted yes on, that there's a desire, an expressed desire by several of our board colleagues here to instead develop a policy addressing these same kinds of issues and asks, but that a policy, if we implement a policy, if we adopt a policy, then there are teeth to it. Then it's actionable. We have to do what it says in our policy, and we're held accountable to those policies in a way that a resolution, is not quite that level. Yes.
And further, if there are issues that are happening for our students, that means that when an investigation happens, so something's reported, an investigation happens, you can point at a policy and say, this policy was broken. It actually adds to, like, instead of well, what policy wasn't not broken?
So if it's a resolution, it's not policy, I mean, it's.
Right, having it as a policy sets
It's
it as
more-
something that
Yeah.
our administration can then act on so that things don't happen a second time.
So a policy is a stronger document.
Correct.
Ms. Smith?
Oh, yes, Ms. Smith.
I'm not for that. We have policies right now that we're not following. So I'm not for that policy. I'm just going on the record.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, Ms.
So, I'm coming back to, we don't have a specific DEI policy, and so that's a starting point. But once policies are developed to address the needs of all of our students in our district, and this is asking Dr. Delgado, are your administrative regulations aligned to our policies? And so it might generate a need for some revisions or some additional administrative regulations to make sure that there is
Alignment?
substance and alignment so that these things can be supported. And then does that go along with the student code of conduct and the student handbook and our positive culture handbook? Do all those things need to be in alignment?
They do, and we would adjust accordingly any administrative regulations or enhance them. I mean, let's be clear, we believe that the current policy and our current code of conduct, the positive culture handbook, as well as our administrative regulations, are sufficient in addressing any kind of discrimination and harassment, including those that would be considered hate crimes. And so, but having a little bit more robust policy, we would adjust accordingly.
So what is the feeling, fellow board members, around moving this to the policy committee as something to address right away as a policy committee?
I speak on behalf of the committee. We'll take it on. We'll take it on.
I know Ms. Smith would prefer that we pass the resolution or a proclamation instead, as you
No.
stated.
No, don't do that. We don't speak for Ms. Smith. So here's what Ms. Smith is saying.
Okay.
Mr. Walker just said that he wanted to take this to the committee, which we know that Ms. Weems and Ms. Fox is on that committee. Ms. Weems has been on that committee for several years. I, too, have been on there for a few years, so she may know how to word it and talk to the attorneys on what to do and how this should go down. But if we're going to do a policy for that, we need to put a policy in for the N-word and everything else, too. So that should be included in this if you're going to do a policy pertaining to this. It should not just be a gray area. It should be worded. Ms. Williams, you know how to do this. You know how to word this where it will read out. This will not happen, that won't happen, this won't be said, whatever. Dr. Delgado sits in on those meetings as well. So I want to make sure if this is what you are going to do, that the wording is correct. Not, well, this is a gray area. Well, it didn't say you can't talk about somebody with a scarf on. You can't say this because somebody decided to pray. You got to put it in writing, no gray area, that all the students of every ethnicity, because you got over, 67 different languages and dialogues here. I want everybody covered. Everybody covered. So if we're going to do this, we're going to do it the right way.
Yep. Okay. Yes, Ms. Henry.
Ms. Smith, I agree with you. When I was asking for a DEI policy, I wasn't asking for a one-liner. Our, just for reference, our code of ethics has 18 line items under it, so it's up to the committee to gather all the information.
I'm aware of
from the board
that.
members and make sure that everything that needs to be included under the umbrella of DEI, because the thing is that all of our policies should be aligned with our DEI policy.
Well,
And so if we leave it to the committee to do their work and then, come back to the board for feedback, then I think that we will have something lasting that is going to be of value to the district for years to come, not just during this particular.
So, Ms. Heinrich, I really appreciate that, but you're talking to a 7-year veteran that has sat on policy before you even were thought of being on this board. I know what needs to be done. I don't have to have anybody tell me well, this is what I was trying to say, and this is what, and we know how to do. I know how policy works. I'm just giving my input. This is why I'm saying, we have to learn to listen and learn not to defend and not do the rebuttals. You got a 7 board members here, and everybody's voice matters. I'm just saying what I want done. Now, you asked me to be here tonight. So I'm giving you what I'm saying. I'm not here for no rebuttals. I'm not here for anybody doing no little side dishing and, well, Ms. Smith, I know what I'm doing. So I'm just saying, that's what I'm asking for. And I'm talking to the policy committee about what I'm asking for. I know how policies are written. I know how policies need to go. You're not talking to somebody that just got elected here yesterday.
Yes.
So I think as a part of the policy, there's my 2 other folks with me, but I think it would be helpful if we had a policy on racial slur. You know what I'm saying? Yes.
And it will be up to you and your fellow policy committee members to craft that language.
Talk to our attorney and what, I mean.
Yeah. And whether you decide to have it include, as this does, we expect all members of our school community to honor our commitment to peace by treating one another with dignity, respect, civility, and common courtesy, even where personality conflicts or differing opinions exist. Where did we put it in here? Where no discriminatory language is allowed, or you decide to put something more specific like racial slurs, cultural.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah, so whatever.
Doing it as
yeah, you will, craft that and then bring it back to us and we'll provide additional input and, yeah. Yes.
I can promise you that this committee will take everybody's comments and thoughts into full consideration, and we will spend an inordinate amount of time to do this and do it well and do it right. All 3 of us, plus Dr. Delgado, we will do that and then report back at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Fellow board members, are we ready to continue? Okay. Then let's go ahead and this time we'll start our opening remarks in the middle and alternate going outward so that neither Ms. Smith nor Mr. Walker has to go last a second time. So Ms. Heinrich, do you have any remarks?
So item C, other issues raised during the February 6th regular meeting, public comment.
Yes.
One of the themes that I picked up on was safety of our students and concerns about contract staff. And the board raised some questions about screening on edu staff and coaches and things like that. And Dr. Delgado actually clarified to board members. I think he talked about it at the student roundtable because, and also at the athletic discussion last night. And so I think it would be helpful to hear what the district does as far as screening and to make sure that our staff is safe. And also, I really need to give a shout out to our school, principals and students, because if it hadn't been for their vigilance and due diligence, these cases would not have these inappropriate staff members would not have been arrested and charged with the crime. So go ahead.
Ms. Weems?
Yep.
Yes.
So while the issue that has bubbled up is related to contract staff, I think we all would be interested in understanding what the process is for all staff. And from what I understand, based on reading our policies, administrative regulations, we have robust policies and procedures around hiring both staff and contract staff. There's no doubt in my mind on that. I'm also pretty familiar with onboarding processes and trainings. And again, from what I understand, our district is leading and out in front with respect to both hiring practices and training. What is clear is that no matter, how much you, put up guardrails and secure your home, your vehicle, it can still be stolen or broken into, right? So that is the case here. Again, I think that we should be focused on, identifying where we could be even more proactive, if that's possible, because clearly this is important, and then also address what we do when things happen. But what was clear to me that is an area of opportunity for us is we can do a whole lot of stuff to train adults, and they can or may not follow the rules. Clearly, if you have the intent to do something wrong, you're going to do that. You can put up all of the safety stuff up and ensure people are not stealing, but if somebody wants to steal, they're going to steal. What was clear to me yesterday in talking with students, and this is why we need to talk more to students, is I don't think our students are clear on what the policies are. So do students know that we're not supposed to ride in staff members' cars, as an example? Do students know what the rules and guidelines are around being on or having access to phone numbers, or being on social media, or accepting a friend request from a staff member, or allowing a staff member to be on your Snapchat? Do our students know that? And I don't think they do. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to increase our communications with our students at the same time that we have these policies here on adults. If we make sure that our kids know what's right and wrong, because they wouldn't know, right? If a staff member's not a stranger, if a staff member asks you to get into their car, would a child not know not to do that? I don't think so. So I think that this is an area where we could improve. And I don't know that anyone's really doing this. This is unfortunately how you learn. But I think maybe in communications with our students and our parents, because I'll be honest, do our parents know that? Some of the things that are no-nos with respect to the teacher and student relationship. I think that we might, be able to do better jobs there, particularly around extracurricular activities and athletics. And it might be easy enough to, especially for the older kids, to, include it as a final form that people are reading and have to sign off on, both the parents and the students, so that at least we help people understand, here are our policies and guidelines and protocols, so you know now what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. Just my thought.
Thank you, Ms. Weems. Mr. Rich? No.
Everything that I would have said has been said, both last night and tonight, especially with what Ms. Weems has said about areas for growth. So looking forward to that discussion as well.
Thank you. Ms. Fox?
Nothing.
Mr. Walker?
Everything that's been said, I echo. I do also remember hearing comments about our hiring practices as it relates to African-American teachers, and I know that we are placing heavy emphasis in that, but I would like to see how we can communicate that more effectively, what the process is, what the challenges are, those kinds of things. And I think that would go a long way. So, return my time.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
A few years ago, I took a training. This is when my kids were younger and in school. And we had an officer named Officer Unruh. And that was one of the first trainings that you learned, is that most of your pedophiles are those that are in your music departments, in your athletic department. A lot of people don't know that. Can we do anything differently? Yes. We can we can try to go through another firm, but who's to say that firm doesn't have them? I think we should be, I went through that group. I won't name the name of the company. The training was intense to a degree, but did they do a background check? Yes. But did they check to see if I was a pedophile? No. It should be, we should be, our HR department has done some things, but I think we should go even further into trying to look on and pull up the sex offenders list from time to time. So when I know I'm trying to give more work to our HR department, but I think it would help if we want to save our students to pull up, if you get a coach named Joe Smith, no relation to me, but you pull up Joe Smith and you hire him as our basketball coach, pull up and see if he's on that sex offender list. Can you stop it? Yes, it can be stopped. But there's things that we could do deeper to stop this from happening. This is the first time that I've heard it happen. Well, no, I'm not going to say the first time. This has been happening for a while, but never to this extent to it happening, because I've been in the community 27 years. This is the most that I've heard of what is going on. That was the one thing I wanted to discuss, what we discussed at the February 6th meeting. The other thing that is, have people concerned about in the community. Can I have somebody just, because I can't, I'm not able to get my thoughts out, because as I talk louder, you're talking louder too. We had the discussion about schools being closed on voting day. Other districts are closed. We are not. We have the situation that we just went through with Oxford. And now we have these students that are being preyed upon in our own buildings. So if there's any way that Dr. Delgado can fix it where, I don't know if you could take a snow day or whatever, but let these kids stay home. I don't know how we can do this, but that was one of the other things that was brought up too. But my thing, both of those are very serious conversations. School being open on voting day, and also what we should do as far as our staff, outsourced staff. That's it.
Okay. Okay, and I'll go last. Those were some phenomenal suggestions, Ms. Weems, around are our students even aware of what the guidelines are, and our parents. At our community dialogue last night, we had a lot of robust conversation with parents and students alike, and it was great to have all those voices in the room so that we could bear witness to that and hear those questions. So those are some phenomenal ideas that that we ought to be able to implement just to provide some clarity around that to make the situation much safer and more concrete for our students and for our parents. I would like to defer to Dr. Delgado for a moment. I believe that we do, in fact, do FBI background checks on our hires. So, Dr. Delgado, would you like to
Sure, I'd
speak to
appreciate
that?
an opportunity to speak. And I didn't mention this last time, but even though I was unable to attend the last meeting, I did watch every single second of the board meeting and really appreciated all of the public comment and listened intently, took copious notes as I always do, and shared that with my team as well for steps to move forward. So yes, I'm glad to have the opportunity to address hiring practices. Let me be explicitly clear. There are no issues with our hiring practices. We have the most robust background checks available that include both state and federal background checks. Our onboarding includes several modules that are conditions of employment that are required, which include Title IX, as well as sexual harassment, as well as explicit instruction about interactions with students. However, having said that, the CEOs of the contracted company are equally concerned. We've had 2 incidents in 5 months. They have already reached out to our Assistant Superintendent of Talent Development to explore different options to add even additional layers, not of background check, but of monitoring. So part of this is looking at what happens after we onboard a person. And we certainly, with our coaches, with our hall monitors, with our teachers, with our substitutes, we encourage them to have relationships with our students. But we want to set those parameters and make them explicitly clear. And so it was very interesting last night at the athletic meeting that we had. We had young people themselves. We had some young athletes who were legitimately confused, and they were worried. They said, are we allowed to text with our coach? Are we allowed to have a group text with our coach as long as there's a captain on the group text? Are we only allowed to do Remind 101 or the band app? And so they were legitimately confused, and they were worried about getting their own coaches in trouble and not really worrying about themselves becoming victims. And so I've had conversations with our new director of athletics. She just actually is coming up on her spring coaches meeting. So every season, preseason coaches meeting, we have all coaches required, varsity, sub-varsity, volunteer coaches, all of them have to go through this extensive background check. And she's talking more about being incredibly explicit about you will not ever be on any kind of social media with a child. There is no excuse for interaction, no group text, no text messages. If there's any communication between a coach and the players, that includes the parents on that communication, as well as a legitimate site like a Remind 101 or the common band app that's used that does not have your personal cell phone numbers. And that's for information purposes only, practice changes, where to get together for the buses. And so I think we owe it to our coaches as well as to our students to make it explicitly clear. For many of us who've been in the business a long time, this is common sense. You never get in a car. You never, as a teacher, have a child in your car, but it's maybe not so obvious to other people. So we appreciate that feedback and looking at ways that we can get even more explicit. The other thing is I really appreciate the partnership with this community. After the first incident there was a woman who spoke at public comment who I know from the community. I called her the very next day and we had an excellent conversation about a resource that she shared with me that is utilized sometimes with camp counselors or youth ministry about that unique dynamic of working with young people, and it's an extra layer of their responsibility of working with youth and being extra vigilant in having a clear boundary between the interaction between youth. And so I really appreciated that referral to that company. I shared it with Mr. Paddock, our Assistant Superintendent of Talent Development, and we're exploring that company and some other companies to take those additional steps. So I want to go back and applaud, as I did in the letter, the young people and the trusted adults at their schools to communicate quickly so we could take decisive action and intervene. And what's really just disheartening is we can screen for the background checks, and we do look at sex offender lists, we do federal background checks and state background checks. It's impossible to screen for the motivations or the evil inside of people. And so it's incumbent on us as a community to be hyper vigilant, for parents to monitor your children's social media, for us to make sure our coaches know clearly the expectations, our teachers know clearly the expectations, and to appropriately interact in that very positive adult and student interaction. And I just want to just give a frame of reference. We have 9,000 students in the school district. We have over 1,000 trusted, dedicated adults. So every single day we have over 10,000 individuals having thousands of positive, healthy adult and child interactions. And so I want to applaud all of those folks, our students as well as our adults, for having very positive interactions. But we will remain vigilant as a community to make sure that we intervene and do everything we can to prepare for these occurrences and to prevent them from happening again. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that a little bit.
Well, I don't want to move to public comment until I check with Ms. Smith to see if she has any final. We should move forward.
And there's another opportunity for closing
Oh, that's true.
comments.
Okay, that's true. There's an opportunity for closing remarks at the end. Okay. So, wonderful, robust discussion. I am really proud of us for having the courage to have this conversation together as a board. This took a lot of courage and a lot of patience. And thank you, colleagues, for being willing to engage in this. Okay. You just pass them down. Do we know which one was the first one in? Okay. 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 Board colleagues, will you let me know? I guess you can each take breaks as you need them, or if there's a need for another, recess, just let me know. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Pardon? Why don't I ask my colleagues? Do you feel that, try it again in English. Looking at the number of public comments that we have and the lateness of the hour, do we want to move to 2 minutes for public comment or keep it at 3 minutes of public comment per person? What is the feeling on the board? Yes, Mr. Welch.
I know we'd like to streamline the process. However, we have said previously it would be 3 minutes for this meeting. We want to respect all of the people who've come and stayed for this meeting. We should keep it at 3 minutes.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Our community respected us to do our work. They deserve our respect for our agreed upon 3 minutes.
Agreed.
Yes? Okay, then we'll proceed. Okay. Naia Waldron, followed by Zainab Ahmed. Naia? The podium.
Good evening. Again, my name is Naia. Thank you so much for your time, dedication, hard work. I wanted to give you a copy of this for your reference. And the reason why I come before you today is, first and foremost, I'm a parent and a citizen in the school district of Farmington Hills. I have a daughter who attended Warner, a son who attends Warner, a son who attended Forest, and a 22-year-old who's graduating from Michigan. She attended North Farmington. So my latest endeavor into high school was very shocking. Along with my son's final report card, he received a behavior history report that I was not aware existed within the school district. And to my surprise, when we moved into Farmington Hills in the year of 2016, within 3 weeks, he had his first incident. When you look at this behavior report that you have before you, this was a kindergartner who'd already been to school. So It's very shocking that within a 3-week period, this type of charge, this actually reads like a penal code. And so I was unaware of any of this. When he left Forest and went to Warner, I was under the assumption that I had a pretty normal child. I am now entering into the admissions process where other schools are reviewing my son's record, and we're now at this stage where clearly these type of remarks are an issue. In addition to the fact, my son Warner filed sexual harassment charges against my son. Those charges were unsubstantiated by the Farmington Public Schools Title IX investigator. That report is being read by multiple schools. And my issue and concern is, as a minor, how can anyone put anything in a student's record that the parent is not notified for, particularly the incidents that will definitely impact their, not only character seems to be so important in the community, the character not only of the student and the board members, but this piece of paper is not something that I can follow behind my son and correct and say that, oh no, I was unaware. So I take accountability as a parent for not being aware that your child leaves with a behavior history report. I think that there should be my request is first and foremost that parents should be notified when these type of incidences are put in students' record, especially when a bus driver can do that, when there are names that are not assigned to this report, that any and everyone who comes in contact with my student who's a minor in Farmington Public Schools can make a complaint about them. And so I would ask that, number one, I'm going to have to move quickly to ask the board, the superintendent, his school, someone to work with me in better understanding how I can get this official report corrected, because it's my understanding that this will follow his record in the CA-60 file, so that when colleges are now attempting to admit him, they will read this. And so for a first grade incident, even if this was true,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
But we're happy to follow up with you.
Thank you.
Next, Zainab Ahmed. And after that, we'll have T.R. Carr.
Good evening, respected school board members and Dr. Delgado. My name is Zainab Ahmed, and I'm a student at Farmington High School. First, I want to express my sincere appreciation for the board members who have been listening to and considering our words and working towards taking action. I was here last week, and I'm here again this week to express my concerns regarding the Palestinian conflict, and especially its relation to our school environment. Not too long ago, when the Russia-Ukraine war was happening, administration and teachers were very open to talking about it in class and offered support to anybody affected by the issue. I think this was very beneficial for students because it is important for us to stay informed about global conflicts and know what is happening around the world in order to develop global consciousness. And it is also very important for school administration and teachers to show that they care and hear students affected by these issues. However, in light of the recent conflict happening in Palestine, I feel a notion of censorship in our school environment, as no teachers have even talked about it at all or offered any support for Palestinian and Middle Eastern students affected by this issue. The district sent out an email lamenting the losses of Israeli lives on October 7th, but there was no letter or support extended to the Palestinian community for the mass loss of lives happening in the last 4 months, with over 30,000 lives lost. Although it may not be intentional, this does make it seem like Palestinian, Muslim, and Arab American students' safety, well-being, and voices are not being prioritized or not even heard. Because of these reasons, I believe it would be beneficial for the school board to release a new proclamation and policies promoting balanced education and not only exposing students to biased news sources, promoting the inclusion and safety of all students, not just some, and denouncing hate speech, which includes denouncing Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and racist speech, as well as taking action against anyone who creates an unsafe learning environment. A resolution would be helpful because it is symbolic, showing the support now that we haven't received previously since October. Thank you.
We cannot have applauding. I'm sorry. That was a mistake I made last time. But yes, Mr. Carr. Dr. Carr. Sorry, Mr. Carr. Next, we have April Brooks. April
Good evening,
Brooks.
Board of Education. I want to express my appreciation for some of the comments that the board has made this evening during the session. The first is a commitment to student safety. One of my concerns I expressed at the last board meeting, the schools are open on Election Day, February the 27th. We have a program here maintaining closed schools so our students are safe. My grandchildren are safe, my neighbors' children are safe, the children in my subdivision are safe. Yet, on Tuesday, November the 27th, our schools will be wide open. You cannot restrict access to a polling place. So I asked the Board of Education to take action to close our schools on Tuesday, February 27th, because it is an open access day for our schools. It places our students at risk, it places our teachers at risk, and it places our staff at risk. One incident is one incident too many. Second comment I would make is the board had expressed a desire for more people to attend the board retreats. I would ask the board to move their location of the board retreats from the administration building to this room here. This room is larger, it can accommodate people. The current board retreat room is very, very small. That accommodates maybe 5 or 6 individuals to observe. It's kind of uncomfortable, it's cramped, and I believe that a little bit of publicity to encourage people to attend the board retreats would be helpful, and it should be held in this room. The third comment I would make, and I think it's very important for the board as well, is that you have just referred the issues to the policy committee. The Board of Education has 3 committees, 3 standing committees for board members. The Communications and Community Engagement, Finance and Facilities, and Policy. I would each of those committees has 3 board members on place. I would ask that the board open those board meetings so people can sit in and observe. We would not be participants in the decisions, but these are committees that make significant decisions affecting the future of Farmington Public Schools. So I believe that those committees should meet in this room, open to members of the public so we can hear the discussion, especially since the public knows that you're referring the issues that have been raised tonight to the policy committee. It'll probably be discussed by other committees as well. In the name of transparency, in the name of openness, I would ask that those committee meetings be open to the public so that we can see, so that we can observe, and so that we can understand. Clarity, openness, transparency are values that we value, and I would ask the Board of Education to share those same values. Thank you much.
Thank you, Dr. Carr. Next, we have April Brooks, followed by Brooke Lieberman.
Hello, my name is April Brooks, and I'm a parent and a community member. And so I would be remiss if I didn't tell you I'm a little disappointed that we've had conversations about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we have a DEI director that has not got up and spoke not one time. That he is not the person leading this conversation. And so for me, I have to ask, what is his role? Is this a legitimate role, or is this just a role put in place as a placeholder? Because I want to see action. And part of what action looks like is having your DEI director, who's supposed to be an expert in this type of dialogue, lead the charge, lead the conversation. Why is there a disconnect? Why has he not spoke one time? What, as parents, what should we expect his role to be? Because I have to be honest, it's been very unclear. I've seen some emails and things put together, but I've not seen action. And I want to know, what is his role? What should I expect as a community member? What should I expect as a parent? What should I expect? Does he have action plans? What are those action plans? How is we as parents and community members hold that accountable? How do we hold that position accountable? But it's very unclear. So I'm going to ask the board, please make it known what his role is, and please, I would like a response as to why he has not spoke here tonight, and why is he not the person leading the conversation? If we've entrusted someone as diversity, equity, and inclusion, why is he not leading the conversation?
Thank you. Oh, wait, wrong one. This one. Yeah, thank you. After Brooke Lieberman, we will have Nuha Malik.
Hi, my name is Brooke Lieberman. I'm a graduate of the Farmington Public School System. I went to High Meadow, I went to Dunkel, and I graduated from North Farmington. My children attend Farmington STEAM Academy, and I want to speak to the point about the DEI and incidents that have happened in the school. And I'm hoping that what you're doing right now will help to clarify some of the things that happened and some of those incidents. I really didn't want to speak about this because my daughter is 13 and I feel like that's something that she should have to share, but I think that since it's come to light that a lot of the Jewish people in the community haven't felt comfortable to speak up, that I'm speaking up for all of us. My daughter's 13, and she was made aware of an incident during the Genius Hour at Farmington STEAM Academy where a group of students were talking about something inappropriate. Her best friend heard it, and along with a large group of students, heard this comment made. The incident was made in front of all these students, and they were uncomfortable to speak up. What was said was, if I was Hitler, I would get Naomi first. The students were a large group of kids that were present. They were taken into the principal office after it was told to her, and she was upset about it, and they went to a teacher. And the students were brought in one by one as if they were interrogated, and they felt like they were too embarrassed to say something about it. It wasn't until I escalated the incident and the students had been brought again and said that, yes, it did happen after we had spoken with some of the parents and said, you know, we're really upset that some of the kids felt like they were too embarrassed or scared or uncomfortable to speak up. And we feel like every student should have that place where they can feel comfortable to tell a teacher, to tell their principal, and their voices will be heard, and they shouldn't be scared to come into school.
We have Nuha Malik, followed by Naima Khan.
Hello. Hi, school board members. It's nice to meet you. Nice to be here. My name is Nuha Malik. I am a graduate of Harrison High School. I actually graduated in 2017, and I've been in Farmington Hills my whole life. And today I'm just wanted to come here and just give a couple of points. In Harrison, I was part of that International Baccalaureate program, or IB as short form, and there's a very important class that we had there called Dialogue, and the whole point of this was to encourage people from all different backgrounds to come and talk, to not debate, but to talk. And I found it very valuable to have this kind of conversations continuously every single day with people of all various backgrounds in order to allow us to learn how to listen and to learn how to understand each other instead of fighting. The media and news cycle, especially in the past 4 months, has vilified Muslims and Arabs a lot. It has for years, but especially in the past 4 months, it has gotten a lot worse. And this has caused a lot of Muslims and Arabs to feel threatened. And I don't want this kind of rhetoric that is in the media to end up trickling into our schools and especially to our students who are currently just trying to get an education. And to me, what that implies is that we have to do a better job of informing our teachers, our staff, and our administrators of the actual realities of what is happening on the ground, and also understand the history and context of Palestine in general. So basically, for example, I'm wearing a hijab right now. As we talked about, wearing a hijab should not be something that should cause someone to be discriminated against. In addition to that, the hijab that I'm wearing right now has the kufiya print on it. The kufiya is of significance to the Palestinians. It implies different traditional, cultural aspects of the Palestinian tradition. For example, there's olive leaves on this scarf. This connects to the olive trees that are of extreme significance to the Palestinian people. I do not want for Muslim and Arab students who are coming into our schools wearing stuff like this that is of significance to them culturally and traditionally to feel discriminated against because of what is happening in our news cycle and because of the lack of education of our own teachers and our staff. So 2 action points. We need for there to be better education and better training of our staff in order for them to really understand from reliable resources of what is happening. We are here, our Palestinian community is here, our Muslim community is here to help educate you on how to educate our teachers and our staff and our administrators on how to make our students feel safer in our community. Second, like one of my other beloved community members just mentioned, we need to have a better and more vocal statement in support of Muslims and Palestinians, just like we had on October 7th, deservedly of the Israelis who were killed on October 7th. We need a better, stronger statement in support of the Muslims and Palestinians who were killed over the past 4 months, 30,000 plus. We need actions, not just words. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Naima Khan next, followed by Miriam Dukan.
Good evening. Thank you all for your time. I just want to thank you all for everything that was put forth today and all the time that you've spent here. But I want to address some of the comments that were made by the board members. We do, and I know that a proclamation may just seem like it's just words, but like I said, we need those words, and then we need them to be followed by action, right? And this is because, as the other student said, that after October 7th, there was a message sent out, but now that children have been watching this live stream genocide and seeing this trauma and seeing it, it's just like, Donald Walker said, it has an effect on them, that when they're seeing people looking like themselves being killed every day, children being killed every day, that is a trauma that needs to be addressed in the school. And I get that there are board members who see no reason to call for a ceasefire in the proclamation. I understand how that, might feel like weighing in on international affairs is not a school board's issue, but all of the other clauses in that Ann Arbor resolution, those are very important to us too. So if you needed to, amend that, then fine, we are willing to compromise. And the reason for that is that when this particular conflict, Ms. Weems, is very different from the issues in Congo and other places around the world. Why? Because we know that our government protects speaking out against Israel way more than it even protects speaking out against America. I mean, you can stand here and criticize the president and this and that, but we know that there are anti-BDS boycott laws against Israel, and Michigan is one of those states that has anti-BDS laws. And so we need to do more to protect teachers and students if they are showing a balanced view or discussing a balanced view of what is happening in this conflict, and that they feel free to discuss this conflict in their classrooms. Because if they don't feel protected, then that is why nobody's speaking about it in schools. Because they know that if they do, they might get fired. And the students know that if they do, they might get an F from their teacher who is biased, right? And so that's why we need a proclamation, and then we would also love to be consulted on that policy committee that you were talking about, if we could have some representation on that committee. So we need the words, and we also need that action. But please don't diminish the value of the words of a proclamation, because yes, it is symbolic, but it's something that we need. We need it in order to feel comfortable. We need it to know that, okay, now we can start the conversation. Now we can have some action. So please don't brush away the idea of a proclamation. You can amend it, like I said, if the ceasefire part doesn't sit well with people, we are willing to work with you on those words. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Miriam Dukan, followed by Bill Lavoie.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Miriam Dukan, and I'm standing before you with a problem that needs to be solved. We must address the issue of Islamophobia that persists within our society. Islamophobia unfairly targets Muslim individuals, contributing to an atmosphere of prejudice, discrimination, and misunderstanding. Please do not tell me that Islamophobia has not increased, because I have experienced it firsthand. And according to CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, there has been a 216% increase in Islamophobia since October 7th. I'm actually a part of the student roundtable, and I specifically shared my encounters with Islamophobia when somebody called me a bomber in the school hallway. You stated that there were minimal increases in Islamophobia and anti-Arab sentiments, but maybe that's because you were surveying the wrong group of people. I am the only Arab member of student roundtable and one of 2 Muslim members. As educators, it is upon you to create an environment that respects and celebrates all cultures, religions, and perspectives. By prioritizing the mitigation of Islamophobia, we can foster a safe and inclusive space for our Muslim students, ensuring that they feel valued, respected, and supported. Through awareness-building initiatives, open dialogue, and informed education, we can combat prejudice and promote understanding and a nurturing community that embraces diversity. Lastly, we must encourage students to voice their opinions freely without fear of censorship. By creating an environment that fosters open dialogue, we empower our students to become active participants in their own education. Saying Free Palestine does not mean you are anti-Semitic or want all the Jews gone. The ability to express different viewpoints respectfully is critical for our personal growth, intellectual development, and engagement as responsible citizens. It is through free expression that we cultivate critical thinking skills, empathy, and an understanding of the world around us. By promoting open communication and active listening, you equip students with the tools that we need to navigate the complexities of the world and contribute meaningfully to society. I implore you to take a stand for peace, understanding, and freedom of expression within our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bill Leboway, followed by Muhammad Halalu. Sorry. So, is Mr. Leboway?
He's not.
He's not, okay.
Is Bill here? Mohammed?
Go ahead. And then we'll have Halima Halilovic next.
So good evening, dear school board members and respected fellow citizens. My name is Mohammed Halilovic, and I'm a proud resident of Farmington Hills. As a parent deeply invested in our students' education and well-being, I'm here to advocate for inclusion and support of Palestinian students and all other minorities within our school community. Every student deserves to feel valued, respected and heard, yet many Palestinian students feel marginalized or silenced in discussions about their heritage and the events of Palestine. I am a Bosnian myself, so I'm not a Palestinian, but I did go through similar traumas as a child before I came to the United States. So we must stand for justice and equality, both locally and globally. We as a community need to be mindful and do everything we can to speak up against the loss of innocent civilians in Palestine, and let that be our backbone support for all of the students experiencing trauma. As a parent of 4 children in Farmington Hills, I would like for our educational institutions to teach a balanced and fair history. This means providing students with a nuanced understanding of Palestine without erasing and downplaying Palestinian experiences. Incorporating diverse perspectives into our curriculum fosters empathy, critical thinking, and a deeper understanding of global issues among students. We must teach history in a way that acknowledges the struggles of marginalized communities and promotes social justice. We have a responsibility to uphold these values and ensure our schools are inclusive for all students. By standing in solidarity with Palestinian students and advocating for a balanced curriculum, we promote justice and equality within our schools. I urge the school board to prioritize including Palestinian perspectives and all other marginalized groups in our curriculum and commit to fostering diversity, equity, and inclusion in our school community. I also strongly urge the board to issue a proclamation to voice their support to stop killing of all civilians wherever they might be, especially now in Palestine. Asking for a ceasefire should not be controversial, but should be something we take pride in. If us adults can't tell our children it's wrong to kill other innocent children, then we will never be what we claim that we want to be. My recommendation to the committee is to do both. All of you have discussed it. Do both a policy and a proclamation as well. Policy is a long-term, and it's appreciated, while proclamation can help ease the pain of our students today. Thank you.
Next, we have Halima Halilovic, followed by Lisa Saab.
Good evening, good evening, respected board members. My name is Halima Halilovic, and I'm a high school student here in Farmington Hills. And I stand before you today as a representative for the Palestinian people and the Muslim people. And I want to first express my appreciation to all of you for taking our concerns and listening to them. And as Muslims and Palestinians, we want to feel safe and accepted in our schools. And we believe that every individual should be able to express their culture and their religion and their identities without fear of judgment or discrimination. And we as a whole cannot ignore the unsettling reality of some of our own classmates, and that they are being called derogatory terms such as terrorists and bombers. And this should be painful to all, knowing that a student is being called this in school. being discriminated for being a certain ethnicity or religion. And in another instance, one of my classmates was denied the right to speak about their own country, the history of it, Palestine. And this isn't free speech, and this is a hate against an ethnicity because of who they are and where they come from. These instances set an unsafe environment for students who are Palestinian or Muslim in school. And it is imperative that our school environment fosters a sense of belonging to all. And regardless of race, religion, or background, we need to ensure that we take a firm stance on hate speech, and we need to ensure that all Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and racism is ended. And by standing together against hate, we can create a safer environment and more inclusive environment where every student feels valued and respected. And I urge the board to pass a proclamation that will stop hate and allow Palestinians and Muslims to express their identity and have free speech. And we want action and not just words. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elisa Saab, followed by Nia Paratsakis.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm going to try to keep comments short since there's been a lot of wonderful comments already. But mine is more of a question and then a request. But in regard to our teachers, how much training do they actually have when it comes to open dialogue and conflict resolution with their students? I think most of us agree school is our children's second home. And it's somewhere where you want them to feel comfortable, welcome, and honestly able to learn about life. And conflict is a part of life too. And there's going to be inevitable conflicts, whether it be something silly on a playground or something much more meaningful like racism or discrimination. And I feel with my kids in school, there's lacking and teachers knowing how to handle this. And it's been approached in times of just silencing both parties, brushing it under the rug, yet it keeps resurfacing. And so I'm not sure what kind of tools there have been specific, not just for principals or vice principals, but for actual teachers. Because school is where, like I said, it's a second home. So I can teach my kids, we don't hate, we don't discriminate. Wrong, 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 right, right, right. But they need that reinforcement in school, and they need that support from teachers as well, especially when conflicts come up in the classroom. So again, it's more of a question and then a request if it's not happening, but how much training do our teachers get in regard to that, in regard to making sure both children are heard equally, that one is not silenced over the other, because that happens a lot, and just making sure they all feel safe and heard, and most importantly, supporting each other as students and knowing that in the end we're all human and we're all there to be there for each other and no one is better than the other. And they can't feel that way if one party or the other is not feeling heard by their own teacher. And again, I can't speak for everyone else, but my students, my children, feel like their teacher is another family member. And so it does hurt them to say, hey, a teacher didn't hear me out here, or this happened and, I was silenced. I won't get into it, but my goal is similar to yours. I take care of children. I'm very, very emphatic about their mental health as well as their physical health, and it just breaks my heart when I see kids coming in who have been discriminated against, who've been unheard, and school is just, it's so much part of their life. So just that request of, and maybe more information about how much training their actual teachers get to maintain open dialogue and conflict resolution so that all kids can honestly feel safe in their classroom and to get along, to overcome differences, to know that differences can be good, not bad, to really work together. And it's great for principals and such, but the teachers really have to be armed with those tools as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Nia Paratsakis next, followed by Dawn Singer. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Farmington board members and Superintendent Delgado. At this point, it's been about 4 hours, and I'm going to try to keep it as short as I can and try to keep this as short as I can. There was there's a lot of stuff that was brought up tonight that I wasn't, that you all brought up tonight. I appreciate all your time, your consideration, and really thinking about things and taking things to heart, and everything you said, I felt. At this point, we are all aware of who is listening to us and who hears us and who cares about us. A proclamation tells us, we hear you, we see you, we care about you, we value you, and we validate your pain. We have been going through tremendous pain, insufferable pain. Nothing compared to what the Palestinians are going to. There was a comment that was made by a city council member Monday night after we sat and poured our hearts out, and there's a lot of sacrifices that every single one of these people have made in this room. Sitting here, okay, with our kids, and for hours on end, our kids have put a lot of effort and have been put on the spot. Yet we hear, well, let's keep this quick because you guys need to put your kids to sleep by the mayor. Well, guess what? We know how to raise our children. As you've seen, all of you here, that our children are like some of the most articulate, well-spoken, intelligent kids in this district, and well-behaved. So I think we know how to raise our own kids. Number two, we've got a city council member that made the statement that the conflict, which is not a conflict in Palestine, it's ethnic cleansing, it's a genocide for over 100 years. Randy Bruce, okay, I don't know if he went through Farmington Public Schools or what public school system, but he is the perfect example of why we need to educate our kids and why it's an issue for the school district. You know why? I remember reading The Diary of Anne Frank, but you know what we need to be reading? Orientalism by Edward Said, okay? We need to be reading, okay, we need to be reading Ghassan Kanafani, another major academic in a Palestinian academic. Every single university in Gaza has been destroyed, okay? Randy Bruce made this statement, again, I'm going to repeat it, that this conflict's been going on for 1,000 years. Guess what, Randy Bruce? It has not. There is a book by Noor Mosalla that will tell you Palestine has been around for 4,000 years, okay? For almost 500 people were killed in Palestine in the West Bank before October 7th. So Hamas did not.
I'm sorry, Ms. Paratsakis, thank you. Next we have Dawn Singer, followed by Shia Goel.
My name is Dawn Singer. I'm a parent of 2 current Farmington Public School students and 1 graduated Farmington Public School student. And I want you to know and hear loud and clear, Jewish students do not feel safe. Jewish students have major concerns, and so do their parents. I want everybody to understand that, and I'm here to tell you that is the case. And this is not, in my view, something that the board should be adopting resolution for. This is an extremely challenging conflict with a million different perspectives, and this is not a school board issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, folks, we need to be respectful toward everyone, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Next we
My
have,
name is Shai Goel.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for holding the meeting. So I've lived in Farmington Hills for like 9 years. I've recently moved out, but I still have strong roots here. So my grandmother is actually Palestinian. I'm obviously Jewish. She was Jewish. But just to educate everybody in here, pre-48, everybody that lived in Israel was Palestinian. So there were Jewish Palestinian, Muslim Palestinian, Muslim Palestinians, and there was like Christian Palestinians. So just to, you agree with that? Thank you. No one's downplaying the conflict in the Middle East, and I'm very sorry for what's happening to the Palestinians right now. I mean, my heart does go out, but that's on one end. Asking for a ceasefire beyond the scope of Farmington Hills School Board. I mean, this is not the UN, this is not UNRWA, this is way beyond you guys, and putting this into a policy statement is going to require hundreds of man hours. I don't suggest you go down that path. As the superintendent already said, the policies in place for keeping the students safe, and that is your primary focus and your primary job here, to keep Farmington Hills schools safe for the children and have the appropriate channels for students to express their viewpoints. And from what I've heard here tonight, it seems like those channels are open and accessible to the students. And from what I hear, I mean, for the most part, they're being utilized appropriately. This is America. I think many of us here in this room are immigrants. And I think we should keep problems in the old country, and not raise them in America. And to exacerbate a long political situation that many have already limited to no knowledge about is I think, the wrong route to take. So again, to restate it again, I don't support any resolution by this board on a ceasefire or any resolution or proclamation that is required or is needed by the school board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Chaim Lieberman, followed by Talia Lieberman.
So, good evening. I didn't come prepared with anything. I'm speaking from my heart, okay? My daughters are going to STEAM Academy. Both my daughters were the only Jews in the school. Both of them experienced anti-Semitism in the school. One time we had to call the police to get involved, okay? These resolutions that you're talking about, ceasefire and stuff like that, it's got nothing to do with what the school is doing. This is a geopolitical issue that, frankly, I don't think a lot of people that are not involved directly with the conflict understand and know about, okay? Bill Clinton tried to bring the peace process in Israel and did not succeed, okay? I don't think this board over here has any business on calling for ceasefire or anything like that. There's a lot of intricacies that are going on in this conflict. And the way I feel and the way other people feel, there's multiple opinions with this. There's no reason to get involved in this. Students need to be safe. They need to be able to share and say what they feel. There should be a safe environment in school. But the board should not take any position. It's not the board's thing to take a position about this topic, where it's so complex. There's so many intricacies on this, so many opinions. And my kids are being bullied, being the only Jews in the school, being bullied because they're Jews. Okay? And this is going to get only worse. Okay? So I'm asking the board, please, don't get involved in this. This is not a political issue. I'm sorry, it is a political issue that you should not get involved in. Sorry, I'm speaking from my heart. I did not prepare anything. I'm not reading from a statement or anything like that. So please bear with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Talia Lieberman, followed by Jenna Paratsakis. We really need it quiet in the house, so whoever is having the conversation really needs to. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Talia Lieberman, and I go to Farmington STEAM Academy. I want to start by saying my best friend at school is Muslim, but I'm here right now to talk about a topic, one that is very important. I'm speaking right now because I don't feel safe at school. I am a Jewish student and also Israeli. Last year, a sensitive comment was told to me. I was told a threat. I'm going to burn you. Not only that, but there were several incidents that happened to me, like being called a Jewish rat. And that was not a good feeling. And with all of that, even though this is a hate crime, no type of discipline was involved. I don't feel safe at school. I am a young student and should not be feeling unsafe at school. The kids' parents told them not to look or talk to me. We need to do better and make all kids feel safe and learn to accept other and their religions. Thank you for listening to me.
Next, we have Jenna Paratsakis, followed by Melina Paratsakis.
Good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent Delgado. My name is Jenna Paratakis, and I just want to start by saying that the subject of Palestine in Farmington Public Schools is not well received at all. If you are Palestinian or you have something to say about Palestine, there's always going to be somebody, whether it's a staff member or as a student, that's saying it's too controversial, it's anti-Semitic, or it's something else. So last year, I made a video about the history of Palestine at Warner Middle School, and I got attacked by like the whole grade. And I was told that I hate Jews and I want them all to die. And all these rumors were going around about me. And I had panic attacks during the day, and I felt extremely unsafe at school. And it made me feel really, really horrible inside. And this year, Muslim students and Arab students have been called effing terrorists, terrorist bombers at Farmington STEAM Academy. And I don't want that. I don't want to feel unsafe in my school just because people feel the need to be racist and Islamophobic. We want a proclamation that protects our free speech and also calls for a ceasefire, because that would make me feel safer in school, because I feel like there's an elephant in the room every time CNN 10 mentions like Palestine. By the way, CNN 10 is extremely biased. When the Monday after October 7th, it was like sickening sitting in the room listening to that while they delivered their biased view of what happened. They didn't even say the word Palestine, even though pre-1948 it was called Palestine, but they called it Israel pre-1948. It was horrible. I want the Board of Education to encourage educational dialogue between students, because it's really important to increase our global awareness, because if we don't grow up hearing about these things in school and being taught by educated teachers, then when we grow up, we won't be educated citizens. And that's a really important thing to be, because educated citizens elect educated world leaders, which make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Melina Paratsakis, followed by Alexandria Paratsakis.
Good evening. My name is Melina Paratsakis, and I'm a 9th grader and a Palestinian Greek American. Let me tell you that this piece of paper that you guys were all referring to earlier, it's not going to stop Israel's mass bombardment of Gaza. It is not going to make you negotiate with Israel's foreign minister about the war crimes that they have free rein to commit. It's not, if you don't believe me, look up Amnesty International and B'Tselem, two of Israel's human rights organizations. They document all of the war crimes that Israel commits. This piece of paper, it's symbolic. It should be there to protect our free speech. Why? I did a project about the history of Palestine, not current events, the history. The history. I wasn't able to present it. Why? Why should my culture and ethnicity be censored by ignorant people who clearly watch Fox News for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? It's symbolic. We need a proclamation that condemns the hate speech of Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all racist hate speech that there is. What you need, respected board members, is a few history lessons on some of the history of Palestine. Not some rants from Piers Morgan or carefully crafted facts from the conflict from Fox News. You need to be taught the actual history of all this from before 2005, from before to 1948. You need to start in the 1800s. You need to find out how the massacre in Gaza, how we got to it today. You need to make sure action is taken against anyone who creates an unsafe learning environment, and I do mean the students too. The ones who say both Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and anti-Arab phrases and words. Restorative practices don't help. I mean, I've tried them. They don't help at all. You want to make this about your own district and students? Fine. I was censored about my culture and couldn't do a report about where I come from. My younger sister was told she couldn't talk about anything non-school related, specifically referring to a t-shirt she wore that said Palestine by Mind, Heart, and Soul. My sister and I were bullied by people at Forest Elementary when they found out that we were Palestinian. They made my life miserable for 2 whole years. My brother was called a terrorist by his art teacher, and countless others have been called bomber, terrorist, and they were asked if they were planning the next 9/11. Do you ever wonder where these students learn these terms from? Maybe their homes, their parents, who knows? So, it is about us students. A proclamation would show us that you understand and care that we're being affected by a brutal massacre, and that we're being affected by you just sitting here and debating about whether it's against policy to say that the genocide needs to stop. I think it's odd that we have to beg you guys to make a proclamation that defends our First Amendment, the right to free speech.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Alexandria Paratsakis, followed by Art Kress.
Hello, respected board members. My name is Alexandria Parasakis, and I'm a Palestinian Greek American and a freshman in high school. I did have a speech prepared, but I also heard my twin sister who came before me, and she summed up a lot of my points. I went through this district, and I was bullied for being Palestinian, and I was bullied for being Arab, and I was bullied for being Muslim. I was told to go back to Saudi Arabia, and I am not from Saudi Arabia. Ignorance is everywhere. People need to be educated, and I want you all to put into your school system an education that is unbiased and truthful, because there's 2 sides of every history, and my side of my history, Palestine, needs to be heard. Everyone needs to be taught that. Everyone. I don't want to hear how Israel this and Israel that. I want to hear about Palestine as well. If CNN 10 is being played, then also a news called Democracy Now! Needs to be played, because it is unbiased and it speaks about Israel and Palestine. Don't censor. Just don't censor. Be unbiased and do what's right. You heard your students. They want you to represent them, and I want you to represent me. Thank you.
We have Art Kress next, followed by Keith Harris.
I appreciate everyone's time tonight. I just want to start by quoting Mark Twain that there are 3 types of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics. So from a data standpoint, I'd ask the board to set the data aside and listen to the compassion that's been expressed to you tonight, and the compassion that you all chose to express as well. It's a very real issue. And what we are witnessing tonight is the intention of DEI. It is the equitable voice of the community and those who are in the positions to deconstruct the system and protect the rights of all community members. It's done so through an increased level of transparency and understanding. It has to be done with a sense of intentionality and preparing our community and our students for the continued work that will still be needing great attention when we're long gone. The work of DEI in a community setting requires joint accountability on the community leaders and the community at large. It seems far too easy to shift the accountability than it is to take accountability. And that's going to be on both parties, as a board and as a community. The voices in this room should serve as the passion that needs to be written into those policies and procedures, which will aid in the deconstruction of the practices that continue to allow the few to compromise the need and the intentions of the whole. There's been a lot of passion discussed in this room, and I understand where they're looking for some sense of resolution. Keep in mind that Dr. King articulated that silence is betrayal. In the wake of this silence, it serves as the breeding ground for normalizing the mistreatment of our fellow man. Whether it be in the Middle East or our Middle Belt, we all bear the responsibility to protect our sisters, our brothers that are here in this room, and the students and parents. Please keep in mind that I understand that we can whittle data down to talk about one-offs and some of these incidents that we've all had, but we also have to keep in mind that Columbine was once a one-off. Sandy Hook was once a one-off. And right here, Oxford was a one-off. And all those incidents led to a cry for help and a cry to action. You bear the responsibility as community members to use your voice. You cannot have a DEI practice or policy without the voice of the people. I encourage you to form a committee, as you did 6 years ago. You had a committee that included the voice of the people. There was a framework that was put together, yet none of those policies are in place today, as you don't have a DEI policy. There's a member that sat on that board with me, Eugene. You probably don't even remember me. But we sat on the board together and we did deconstruct the data that lies in your hands, and we did echo the voice of the people, and we included that in those processes. I encourage you to go back and put that team together or put a new team together that includes the voice of the Asian community, the Middle Eastern community, the African American community, the Jewish community, and the composition that's represented on this board. I thank you for your time.
Next, we have Keith Harris, followed by Stacy Jackson. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Jackson, and as I said last week, who I am is not important in this moment. Who I come to represent is. I'm concerned that this board is not truly paying attention to what's being said. I had a moment to go through your website. The district has a vision, a mission statement, and a culture statement that, as per the website, was adopted in 2010. It's 2024. I suspect that some of the same reasons why that culture statement was adopted back then are the very reasons that you're here tonight. I don't necessarily think that you need new policies per se. You simply need to stop what is happening right now. Bigotry, racism, discrimination is happening across your school district. You have minors coming here saying some of the most heinous acts that are happening to them right here in your school district. There is no time to gradualize this, to say we need to come up with a new policy when you discuss civility in your culture statement. Civility is just simply being civil-minded for all. What I hear is various folks coming here to talk about their own passions of their heritage, and that is great. My husband has an organization called All Race and Life Matter. Race spelled R-A-S-E, meaning real activism serves everyone. See, DEI is not this softball we get an opportunity to just bat back and forth to sound good. DEI is action. It's walking into the room and seeing who is not there and inviting them in to the table. That's simply it. Solving this is just this board caring enough to stop it. Teachers should not be calling folks terrorists. And by all means, as much as I hate to say this word aloud, please do. A black student being called that word is unacceptable, irrespective of the content, the student, the teacher, the administrator, the staff, period. All that needs to happen in this school district is for the board to wield its might. These teachers who are doing these things, the staff that are doing these things, need to go.
Thank you. No, folks, please, be respectful to everybody. Keith Harris. Okay. Okay. All right. Tammy McCrory, followed by Thomas Shirtliff. Tammy McCrory? Okay. Did I skip somebody? I don't know what order they were put in the thing. I'm doing them in order of, they were just taken out of there and handed to me, so I didn't, yeah, so maybe I started from the wrong end. I apologize. Okay. All right.
I'm Peter.
McCrory?
No, Peter Peretz.
Oh, I don't have a card for you.
You called my name, didn't you?
Not Peter. Hang on. I have Keith Harris, I have Art Kress, Keith Harris, Stacy Jackson. I don't have your name yet. You might be in here, but I haven't called your name yet. Peter Perestrakas. So, no, hang on. So we had Alexandria, Art, Keith, Stacy, Keith decided to, okay. And next we have Cammie McCrory, who is not here. So next we have Thomas Shurtleff, followed by Marcel Martin. Yeah. No, that's fine.
Board members, good evening. I want to acknowledge the effort it takes to sit here tonight and listen, and to respect the fact that there is a need on all of our parts to understand what we don't know. A cultural and intellectual humility that respects that what I don't know is causing pain to someone. And the pain that I'm causing someone is probably suffering that I don't know I've produced. Then the action steps come. I think Mr. Walker's comment about a house inherited are extremely important, and I encourage you to read the full excerpt of that work in understanding what that implies. It's a huge undertaking for all of you. I want to acknowledge the hurt in all the community that has taken place and is going to take place and probably will continue to take place, because you don't just put a new coat of paint on a wall and call the house ready for sale. We are a community of communities. There is no African American community. There is no Jewish community. There are communities of people who happen to have a common faith. There are people who have a common ethnicity, but they are not one. They are a collection. The traits of community are generally understood, and people within cultures across America and across the world are able to exercise community. You need to know that community is not a conflict-free zone. It's a place that desires to effectively work through their challenges together. Today, we need actions rooted in love, actions that are not powered by difference, exclusion, or punishment, but seek common values, empathy, compassion, humility, healthy boundaries, patience, and healing. I thank you for your time tonight. This is an extraordinary thing that you're doing. You took the time to do this in front of people, and you exercised that conversation so that the community could participate. The other actions that you have are essentially get good people, keep good people, exercise reasonable policy, and expect that those good people will follow it. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Marcel Martin. I wanted to talk about the hiring practices again. I heard a lot. It's what I expected to hear, one from the corporate side of your contract house and the actions that they're taking. I do take issue with a little bit of what you said, characterizing the interactions as anything other than criminal, right? I think we need to call a spade, or whatever nomenclature you want to use, what it is. You raised a ton of really common sense points that are best practices in a lot of areas in school districts regarding social media usage, monitoring how adults interact with children in a healthy way, boundaries, what we do to keep after school and sports and music students safe. What is an action plan to roll this training out and these guidelines out to the teachers and the students in the coming weeks, right? You have a matter of high urgency and high importance on the topic, on the table right now that you need to act on. 2 instances is too many. 1,000 people doing the right thing is good. 2 people not is too many. Please proceed forward with haste. Please take these actions and get the trainings out and guidelines and look, you guys are the educators, right? Call the kids into the auditorium, right? Have open discussions with them, right? Good things, see something, say something, all that stuff is great. Get these common sense tactics out to the kids so everybody's aware of what they need to be doing, right? We'll do our part on the family side. I mean, if people aren't having these conversations with their kids, shame on you. But from your side, set these boundaries, make the kids aware, make the teachers aware, which I'm pretty sure they are, right? But move forward with haste. It shouldn't take a month, it shouldn't take 2 months, it should be immediate. And communicate with the community that this is going on. It's been 2 weeks and we haven't heard anything. It's not a geopolitical topic that doesn't have a solution. This is real. Not that the other topic's not real, I recant that. That was insensitive, but this is real today and needs to be handled. So please continue pushing the topic. I appreciate the feedback you guys did, and it's the reaction I expected. So thank you for your efforts, and keep at it, please. That's it.
Next, we have Don Kennelly, followed by Tracy Pease.
I hung in there for as long as I could, but I'm quite a scorching headache right now. Can I have a student take my place? Because I'm going to go. Is there a student here who hasn't had a chance to yet?
Pardon me? Are you Don Kennelly?
I am. Boy, it'd be awkward if I wasn't.
Well, I wasn't sure. Because I've never met you before.
Yeah, just keep going. Just keep going.
Just keep going? So you can either say your public comment or not. I'm sorry.
All right, just we'll do this real quick. So there's a lot of stuff that I was going to say. I'm really got a bad headache right now. The one thing I did want to be able to let the board know was my oldest daughter is set to graduate from law school in May, and I want to thank Farmington Public Schools for helping make that happen. So you've given her great academic background to be able to leverage all of that to the career that she's looking for. So I just wanted to say thanks. Good night.
Thank you. Tracy Pease is next, followed by Kama Patel.
We keep missing the mark. Racism is a white problem that needs to be solved, not a black issue that needs to be dealt with. And as far as a black teacher being able to teach white history, it's called American history, and we have whitewashed it, and that is why black history is relegated to 1 month out of the year. And if you think for a minute that I, as a white woman, have the same issues as a black woman, that is exactly why DEI training should not be led by the white community. It should be led by the black community, by the brown community, by the Muslim community. DEI is not a list that you can check off. And we don't solve the problem of racism by having a white woman take the words out of a black woman's mouth saying, listen to learn, not to defend, and not know that it is a prominent quote in a book called White Fragility? Why has the parents not communicated with the board? Because they fear retaliation, the students fear retaliation, and they expressed that last week. You have Muslim girls having hijabs ripped off their heads. That's physical assault, and the teacher did nothing. You had a white kid 2 years ago go ahead and make a statement that he wanted to go ahead and shoot up black girls. And the police was called, as well they should have been. But that same kid just recently went ahead and took cotton balls, threw it at a group of black kids, told them to pick it up because they need to be back on the plantation. And you want to know who's been getting the calls from the parents? I have. In fact, I was at STEAM Academy yesterday with 2 black parents because their son was called the N-word. We met with the principal and we met with the assistant principal. And the assistant principal went ahead and said, well, you know, we've got to do an investigation. Yet the student that used the N-word admitted to using the N-word. Where's the investigation? He said, oh, well, we need to know the content. Could somebody, a member of the black community, tell me in what context am I allowed to use the N-word?
Ma'am, thank you, that's time. Please, that's not okay. That is not okay. We need to be equally respectful and allow time for everyone. Mr. Kama Patel, or Ms., followed by Jacqueline Curry. Kama Patel?
That's my attorney, she's gone.
Okay. Jacqueline Curry, followed by Brian Marks. Just one moment. Mr. Paratsakis, I don't have a card for you, if you're still here. Okay, did you fill out a card? Yeah, my wife. I don't have a card for you. So if you could fill out a card there on the back table. Okay, I'm so sorry, I looked through and I don't have a card for you. So just, if you would fill out a card, please, then we'll put you in. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Curry. I work with an organization called Nation Outside. Nation Outside, I am Oakland County's engagement specialist. And I was asked to come here on tonight because of the word, the N-word. And I came first to talk to Cheryl Blau and who's the president, the vice president, and also Zach Rich, because I've heard a lot of negative things. I don't know you, this is the very first time. I'm not gonna go into it because the simple fact, I will meet with you guys again, because you will see my face in the community now. But now I want to speak on the Palestine, just as well as the culture.
You need to address the board, please.
I'm sorry, I heard a lot of sidebar negative. When a person came up here and they were Jewish, I hear negative comments. We have to stop that now. I'm here, I'm your engagement specialist, but far as what this board can do, I'm gonna be honest with you. We're a policy-driven organization. I work in Lansing. I work with your senators, your senators, your state representatives. And what I need you to do, everyone that is Muslim, Palestinian, you have to get with your state representative, your senator.
Please address
your senators, and I understand that, excuse me. I need them to know where you can't write a policy. We need a policy just for Farmington, we need it for all Palestinians. We need it for all Jewish, all African Americans. And Zach, you work for a congresswoman, Democratic congresswoman. I know who you work for. I work along with her also. So what I'm saying to you all is get with your state representative. This policy is not something easy to write. I know it's not diminishing what you're going through, but what we need you to do is you want to go to the state level. That's what you need. And far as yes, I am addressing you all because I represent you all. Okay, now I want you to know this.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Address the board, not the
Excuse
community.
me.
Thank you.
The board works for you. You don't work for the board. If you see any of these board members not doing what they're supposed to do, vote them out. Okay, so what I want you to do and what I would like for you to do, and I would like to speak to each and every one of you. I can't, but I do have a card. You can get with me. I can get with your state rep. I can get with, to talk more about this and policies. Because I've heard a lot of sidebar and I didn't like that at all. It's not, you cannot go to school together and be against each other. This is happening in a whole other countries, and I know it's your Palestinian, Jewish, but please, can you please? So what I would like for you all to do is I'll give you my card and we can get with the state representatives.
Thank you. Brian Marks, followed by Marcy Rosen. Is Brian Marks here? No, he left. He left? Okay. Marcy Rosen, followed by Thomas Hall. Marcy also left. Oh, no. No, she's here. Yeah.
So I'm here today representing the Jewish community. If you've noticed, there aren't a lot of us here present. I'm trying to talk around this. It's too tall for me. There aren't a lot of us present due to fear. Plain and simple. People are afraid to show up. My name's Marcy Rosen. I've lived in Farmington Hills for 31 years. I have 4 children who graduated from this district and currently have 2 grandchildren that attend Forest Elementary. I'm appalled by the idea of a resolution being proposed to this Farmington Hills Public School Board. And I ask you to vote against this misleading and dangerous document. We can all work together towards peace and agree on humanitarian aid for the crisis in Gaza. However, we cannot allow misleading one-sided statements to rewrite history. Hamas attacked and invaded Israel on October 7th and killed 1,200 Israelis and kidnapped 250 civilians. There's clear evidence that Hamas is engaged in horrific acts of sexual violence against Israeli women and children on October 7th. It would be morally wrong to issue a statement by the school board about this conflict that fails to condemn Hamas, an internationally recognized terrorist organization, for its brutal actions. Israel is engaged in a war against terrorism right now, defending itself from continuous attacks. They have the right to defend themselves just like any other country does. The history between the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians is very complicated. Biased, misleading resolutions like the one being proposed to the school board only contribute to division. This one in particular aims to blame Israel when Hamas started this conflict on October 7th. Allowing false, misleading, and biased information to become normalized contributes to the alarming rise in anti-Semitism. Even before October 7th, the FBI reported that over 50% of religiously motivated hate crimes were against Jews, and the frequency of anti-Semitic incidents has increased nearly 400% since October 7th, according to the Anti-Defamation League. I urge you to vote no against this misleading and biased resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Thomas Hull, followed by Sadaf Shaukat.
Good evening, everyone. You guys got policies, procedures, proclamations, resolutions, but there's no teeth behind it. There's no enforcement. We already got these policies. We got policies about anti-slurs. We got policies about kids feeling safe. We got policies, even global incidents in this world. Global. Y'all don't believe me. Things are hidden in plain sight. To just prove it to you guys, I was just sitting here looking at profile of a lifelong learner. I was like, that must be speaking to me directly. So I just started saying, let me just look through it. The first thing that comes out, compassionate community member. I say compassionate community member, okay. Let me see what that says, right? So I just went ahead and just looked it up. And I said, FPS learners are compassionate community members who welcome the unique contribution of each, what? Individual. Value the strength and power of community. I wonder what that means. And participate and create a positive and authentic impact on the community. Wait a minute, hold on. Personal, local, and what? Global. So, you guys, it's just like everything else that's written in this, by the district with the policies and resolutions and everything like that. None of it doesn't mean anything if you don't enforce it. You guys got your own lifelong learner. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit too excited here. But you guys have got your own policies that you just don't follow. And I know you're trying to tread lightly on both sides, trying to even it out. Just make every kid safe. Just enforce the policies that's on there. If you need to do another resolution, it ain't gonna really mean nothing because it's basically everything else there's no enforcement. Therefore, you're creating a culture that either is going to abide by it or not. I mean, you guys are the board, but you guys got to enforce it so the community, so the staff, so the culture of Farmington Public Schools, which is looked upon as a model. What's going on with this is everybody's looking at us. Everybody's viewing these tapes, seeing what Farmington is doing, and we've got to be the example. Thank you.
Next, we have Sadaf Shukat, followed by Eugene Greenstein.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for your time, for staying late here with us. We want to show our gratitude to you all in hearing what we've had to say. We feel like you are trying your best to kind of come up with something that will, show that you value our feelings about this. I want to reiterate the whole compassionate community member profile here. Yes, I want to reiterate the whole compassionate community member blurb here that affirms that Farmington Hills is dedicated to creating that positive impact in the community, personal, local, and global. And I'd like to, I know we did request for a ceasefire resolution, however, or a peace proclamation, but that was only one part of it. And if you guys got a copy of the Ann Arbor resolution that we were using to model, there's other parts of it that we believe are very valuable, and if that part is if calling for peace is somehow making people feel uncomfortable, then we would like you to at least, I wanted to read the parts of it that we feel like would benefit every single person in this room, brown, black, white, Jewish, Muslim, and that is this, that condemns hate speech and discrimination. The board firmly condemns any form of hate speech, including Islamophobic, anti-Palestinian, and anti-Semitism, and other unjust language, especially those related to the conflict in Israel and Gaza. That this resolution or proclamation would encourage educational dialogue. The board encourages educators within the Ann Arbor School District to facilitate informed and respectful dialogue about the conflict, aiming to foster a deeper understanding among students and staff and to combat misinformation and prejudice. So again, I feel like if you feel any of this language is unnecessary, it kind of shows that you're comfortable with the way things are. You're comfortable with the status quo. And I don't believe anyone, and I believe we're here because we're not. I believe everyone in this room, it feels there's room for improvement. And I believe this resolution that you could pass today, if you want to take out the ceasefire part, we understand that it's causing people angst, but there's parts of it that I feel like would benefit every single person. So thank you.
Thank you. Eugene Greenstein, followed by Abigail Onite, I'm not sure about the last name. Is Abigail still? Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Greenstein.
I respect the positive dialogue that the board had today on complex issues. When I worked for a living, I had every kind of person working for me, be they Indian, Pakistani, Muslim, Hindu, Christian. I was the only Jewish person. Chinese, you name it. And the key to everything was respect. Respect for everybody. And that's the key issue for DEI. There's too much, I would say, gobbledygook in DEI because we don't know what it means, especially what the E means. Everybody's got a different definition. We need to focus on teaching our kids to respect each other. We may disagree on the war. The war is horrific. But the history of Israel, the history of Palestine is complex, and most of the history is mistaught depending on what your perspective may be, and so it's a difficult issue. My views are very different from the people who spoke today, but I can still respect them. But we can't sit there and take sides as a school and get into this complex issue. What we have to do is make sure no one gets bullied and that people feel safe. And maybe there's a college course that can get into it, the complexities of it. A young lady talked about open dialogue. That could be important as long as it's balanced and people have different points of view and do a study of the issues respectfully. But the school shouldn't take a position on these issues. They're just too complex, and in 3 minutes or 2 minutes, I'm not going to solve it. I think Mrs. Rosen did a good job of pointing out what the Israel issues are, and it's much more complex than even she brought up. But I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. I just want to make a point that you can only speak once at public comment, so we have a card here for somebody who wants to speak twice, and I apologize, but it's one time only. Next, Abigail.
Board members and my fellow neighbors, I am reaching out to you on behalf of deeply concerned Farmington Hills Jewish mothers regarding the recent pressure exerted on the school board to issue a statement regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It has come to our attention that there are groups advocating for a pro-Palestinian stance, and I feel compelled to express apprehension about the potential implications of such a statement. First and foremost, I firmly believe that the school board's role does not extend to taking a stance on international conflicts, especially one as complex and polarizing as the Israeli-Palestinian issue. Our elected school board members were chosen to oversee matters directly related to education, safety, and the well-being of our students. Involving the board in geopolitical matters falls well beyond these boundaries. I must stress the grave concern that issuing a statement in favor of either side of the conflict rather than maintaining neutrality could have detrimental effects on our school community. Notably, taking a partisan stance risks alienating a significant portion of our district and could potentially foster an environment where anti-Semitic or Islamophobic behaviors are tolerated or even encouraged. This would directly undermine the safety and inclusivity of children attending FPS, a consequence that cannot be ignored. Furthermore, adopting a position that favors one side over the other risks sending a message to the broader community that FPS values one type of life over another. This goes against the principles of equity and inclusivity that we have strived to uphold in our educational institutes. In light of these concerns, I urge the school board to refrain from issuing a statement regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. However, should the board feel compelled to address the matter, I implore you to advocate for a statement of neutrality. This approach ensures that FPS remains a safe and welcoming environment for all students and families, regardless of their background and belief. It is my sincere hope that the school board will carefully consider the implications of any action taken in response to the issue, prioritizing the well-being and inclusivity of our school community above all else. I would like to extend my deepest sympathies to all affected by the current conflict and the rise in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. We are more alike than we are different. We all want peace for our children, and I am steadfast in my devotion to a peaceful interfaith dialogue should anyone be seeking a friend. Thank you.
Next, we have, I didn't call anybody next, did I? Did I? No. Okay. Umar Ahmed, followed by Peter Paratsakis.
Hello, board members. My name is Umar Ahmed, and I'm an 8th grade student at Farmington STEAM Academy. This Palestinian-Israeli conflict has deeply affected me and many other students at my school. So first, I would like to share a list of things that have been done to me and my group of friends who are Muslim at our school because of our religion. Number one, first, a teacher questioned us during our prayer time in a designated spot given to us by administration. Two, a sub once asked a friend of mine if religious duties is on the list of the agenda of the class, even though he filled out a sport pass for religious activities. And three, I've gotten many dirty looks from my classmates and some teachers too for putting Free Palestine stickers on a personal Chromebook. First, I would like to now expand on the one staff member who has repeatedly bothered us while we were praying in our designated area at the loft. He told us once that maybe we should find a different place to pray and that the loft is a teacher workspace, even though the administration had let us pray there. Next, the sub once told my friend that he couldn't even go pray, even though there was a smart pass that he filled out. This is why I think that passing a resolution for a policy is necessary to stop the hate against Muslims, Arabs, and Jews. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Paratsakis, followed by Matthias Stefke. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Thank you. I just want to commend you guys for having the dialogue earlier about Palestine, back and forth, talking about it. You know, I've been to the city council meetings now for about 3 weeks. They've got their heads really somewhere else. I mean, you talk to them, they don't even pay attention. And they can't even have the same dialogue. I mean, it's astonishing. There's some people here that came and wanted to talk about, you know, the atrocities of October 7th and how Hamas is, you know, did this and did that. Everything that you hear has been debunked, and debunked by Jewish reporters and people that are, you know, close to the matter. So I would like you guys to at least look into it a little bit further than just someone say, okay, something happened October 7th. It seems like people are taking the first things they heard in the first few weeks of October 7th and carrying that after things have been debunked. For fear, I don't know what they're fearful of, especially in Farmington Hills. I mean, there's no Palestinians that are attacking any Jewish people here in Farmington Hills. It's not happening. But one thing you guys mentioned earlier was like peace. And peace, you know, will come with education. And you guys are the ones that are controlling that. I think that the fact that, you know, the African Americans have come here and talked about, you know, using the N-word and things of that nature, it's appalling for anybody to be doing that today. But the Palestinians, they have, and the Muslim kids that are here, that have come spoke, it's more than just Muslims. There's Christian Palestinians, Jordanians, people of that nature that get harassed as well, just because of the color of their skins. So I want you guys to be aware of that as well. It's not a religious thing, specifically Muslim. I mean, Muslims obviously show it more because they're wearing hijab and things like that, but a lot of people are getting harassed. The thing with CNN 10, you have to ban that. You have to ban that because it is propaganda, and the kids don't need to be having propaganda in the morning. They just don't need to have that. I control my kids what they watch. I don't want them to have a babysitting technique of just having the TV on for them where I don't allow it. Also, someone quoted the ADL. ADL is something that is in our school district with the No Place for Hate. There's a lot of discrimination with ADL, and you guys need to investigate that, and I have more information on that as well. Thank you.
Matthias Stefke, followed by Farah Bisadine. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what the first letter is. Faria. Well, anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Hello, board members. I first just wanted to say that I'm wondering if there's I hear the concerns from all the groups who are here tonight, and I'm wondering if there's a false equivalency being drawn between asking for a ceasefire and being anti-Semitic, as in the wider conversation in the rest of the community, perhaps that there is a possibility of a false equivalency between being anti-Semitic and being anti-Zionist or pro-Palestine. I'm not a member of either of those communities, so I don't want to speak over anyone, but I want to draw attention to the fact there have been more than one person has said that they're willing to compromise on issuing a proclamation that if the ceasefire language is a no-go, then they would still like to have the board issue some sort of proclamation to help everybody. And as Sadov said earlier, then perhaps many groups could benefit from that language. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Farah, okay. How do you pronounce your name?
Actually, you got it, Faria.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I just had a few comments I wanted to make. I wasn't planning on speaking, but as the night has progressed, I feel kind of moved to say a few points. I want to return to something a few speakers said earlier about training students to grapple with complex social issues and what a resolution or a proclamation would signal. It's just imperative to take a moral stand when atrocity and global trauma occurs. And releasing a statement that explicitly defines the loss of Palestinian life and a call for ceasefire, it's not a bipartisan issue. This is, there have been so many lives lost in the past few months, and the fact that something was released after October 7th, it's just another signal that we hear you, we want to keep you safe, and it just needs to be done. Lukewarm statements about love and peace don't reflect the kind of rigor that you want your own students to carry. Also, this idea of one side of history or two sides of history being taught through a resolution or a proclamation or these kinds of lesson plans in class is just frankly ridiculous, and the fact that someone can condemn history because it's too complicated is a testament to a very poor commitment to education. The comment that was made previously about a false equivalency between a ceasefire and anti-Semitism really needs to be deeply interrogated by this board. It is just such a lack of rigor to suggest that either of those things are the same. And I understand that your board members, your job is to listen to your constituents and your students and to take everyone's voices into account. But I think it's really imperative with this particular issue to to deeply reflect for yourself on your own biases and your education, and to have board members explicitly mention that this is not an issue that they're educated on, it signals something very bad for the education of your own students. And lastly, I just want to say diversity really means nothing if you can't meaningfully connect it to global events. It's not just a poster or a pamphlet. That's not how you get and dignify diversity. Diversity means genuinely and authentically holding the truths and the traumas that your students bring to the table. Every single person, every child knows about the conflict and the egregious loss of life within every school in the school district. What passing a resolution does is denounces clearly that violence and therefore allows students to more meaningfully understand and relate to the world and by extension to each other. To believe that global issues are somehow unrelated to your students is willfully misunderstanding the diversity you so proudly claim to uphold. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Is there any other public comment? Is there any other public comment? Seeing no further public comment is now closed. The final part of our meeting is something that we don't typically do, but this is a different kind of a situation, and we as a board wanted to make sure that we each had an opportunity, after hearing all of public comment this evening, to have an opportunity for some closing remarks. Are there any recommendations as to the order in which we go? Yes, you have.
Superintendent.
Well, I know the superintendent, but then in terms of the order of our board members, any?
Starting on the end, so.
Start. Alternate, okay. Does that sound okay with everyone? Okay. Dr. Delgado? Mm-hmm.
So thank you for the opportunity to address a few things, and I sincerely appreciate everyone's public comment tonight. So the first thing I want to say is that all of us here are leaders, and leadership is best demonstrated during crisis. And when you work in a human endeavor like ours in public schools with 10,000 individuals interacting together, the question is not if you're going to have another incident or if you might even have a crisis, it's when. And most importantly, it's how you address it when you have these incidents come up in your community and in your school community. And the beauty of living in a diverse community like ours also comes with the tremendous responsibility to understand that invariably, from time to time, the conflicts or the incidents that come up in schools are going to align themselves with that diversity. What everyone expects with any incident is prompt investigation and action, and with everyone treated with dignity, with due process, and accountability. And that's exactly how we address every single incident in this school district. You know, when I came here 3 years ago, I researched the community, I live in the community, and what I heard loud and clear is that people in this community wanted to heal. And the way that a superintendent can help a community heal, really the only way, is to extend him or herself to the community. And so in the very first month on the job in July, I see Mrs. Bauman here, who filled my calendar up. I prioritized outreach to this community, particularly to the leaders of diversity groups in our community. So I extended my hand and my heart to all of the individuals to partner with this community to begin the healing. And true partnership, if you're sincere about it, if you want to do more than bluster or post, true partnership means that when a challenge arises, you reach out to each other. You pick up the phone and you call the cell phone that you have, and you ask for clarification, and you ask for facts to the extent that we can share those facts. And as a community partner working with the school district, you have a responsibility to help educate others and to be a liaison to your respective community organization that you represent, and to authentically collaborate on solutions. Mr. Walker referred to that as being solution-oriented. That's what true partnership is between a school district and their community. I'm proud to live in this community, and I'm proud to work in this community. And there are thousands of dedicated people who drive long distances to work in this community because they want to be in a diverse community. And that should be a point of pride. I'm here, for now, to continue to extend myself to this community for those who are sincerely interested in authentically collaborating with this school district and with this school board. What was very apparent this year, after I conducted coffees sponsored by FAP and with our African American community, is that despite all of the work that has happened through the diversity, equity, and inclusion work, there still is a segment of our community that doesn't know what we're doing, that doesn't understand all of the work that we're doing. Mr. Greg Smith is a partner with me every day in this important work. Dr. Coffin has led for 4 years a strategic plan that includes hundreds of community members and teachers and students and participants. 4 of those 6 strategic plan committees are about equity, true equity and support. And in the coming months and board meetings, I'll be able to share more in detail about some of the things. But I just simply want to share that when I came here 3 years ago, this school district had spent $75,000 on a community-wide equity audit that resulted in an 800-page document that had both district recommendations and building-based recommendations to improve diversity challenges in this district and to encourage healing. When I got here 4 years ago, very little had been done with that 800-page document. Through realigning our departments, through reorganizing our central office, through implementing a very transparent, very inclusive stakeholder committee interview process with people who were in this room earlier, who are on that committee, we promoted Mr. Greg Smith from Lanigan Elementary. Excellent principal. We promoted him as a community to lead us in this work, in diversity, equity, and inclusion work. Mr. Smith and I launched into action with our principals, with our leaders, with our cabinet plus, and we demanded that that 800-page document would come to life, which it has in this district. We have district priorities along DEI that Mrs. Heinrich alluded to that are in my district strategic plan that this board requires of me, that for 3 years we've been working diligently on. That includes not just diversity work from a racial, religious standpoint, but also from a special education standpoint and an inclusion standpoint. We work tirelessly on that every single day. Mr. Smith took it upon himself to work with every principal in this district to take that report and the building-based recommendations and translate those into building equity action plans. If you have children in our schools, go to your principal tomorrow and ask your principal what is in the building equity action plan. What are you doing that aligns with authentic DEI work? How are you educating students? How are we training teachers? I want to apologize to Mr. Smith and to others who have led this work in this district. As I watched that 3-hour meeting from my hotel room across the country, and to have that good work be trivialized in terms of a simplistic list or smoke and mirrors or fluff, or to have people come up to this podium who are leading equity work, who have to defend their race, their background, and why they should be involved in equity work. We've talked a lot about how people are offended here. We're human beings too. And this is good work that we care about every single day. And I am deeply offended at how trivialized that work has been portrayed. So we are committed to this work, and I'm committed to this partnership for those who want to partner with us. And let me finish on this. Today, I want to walk you through my day. And I'm looking at Miriam in the back, who's a 9th grader, who's on my student roundtable. She's got to be exhausted. At 7:30 this morning, I was with Miriam and 5 other wonderful young students at the Optimist Club breakfast. And Miriam got an award, as did, it was Umar, who just left. So Miriam and Umar were here at 7:30 in the morning at the First Presbyterian Church and gave a beautiful essay about optimism and what it means to be optimistic in a world full of challenges. So incredibly brave and so articulate as young people. Made us very, very proud. And so I started my day at 7:30 full of a room of adults in this community of all races and creeds who are there to celebrate 6 young people who themselves represent the beautiful diversity in our school district. Then I came back to the office for a moment, and at 11 o'clock, I recorded my spotlight. If you've seen any of my superintendent spotlights, the spotlight for February is Mr. Smith and a group of teachers who are restorative practices consultants, as well as leaders of their middle school equity teams. And 4 beautiful students, Black, white, Latina, who were with their restorative practices coordinators, Black, white teachers, Mr. Smith, and we were celebrating middle school equity action plans. And we asked the middle school kids, how can you make a difference in your school? And they were so beaming with pride, talking about the work that they were doing. 2 of these young people just finished leading a national conference under the tutelage of Mr. Smith and the good work that he's doing. And then at 12:30, I went over to a middle school with my cabinet members and with members of the middle school, and we surprised the middle school Teacher of the Year. We have a series every year where we surprise them and we videotape them, and we're going to bring them to a board meeting. And we had an incredibly diverse staff who were there to celebrate this teacher. And we snuck into the gym with the 6th grade team of beautiful little children, 6th graders, innocent, black, white, Latina, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, who were screaming at the top of their lungs because they were excited that their teacher, their white teacher, not that it matters, was the middle school Teacher of the Year. That gave me joy, that gave me pride of how beautiful this community is. And then I moved on, and at 2:15, my cabinet and I had an instructional walkthrough. We go to every single school in this district, every single classroom. We meet our students, we celebrate our teachers. We're engaged in their learning. And at 2:15, we went to Visions Unlimited, the new Visions. That's our 18 to 26-year-old program for our most vulnerable students with IEPs. And they're learning to be independent young adults. The nature of that classroom, those students, those young adults, is incredibly diverse, who have challenges that people in this room can't even imagine, that they're daily challenges. And their staff is equally diverse. And the staff doesn't just care about them, they love them. We need more love, we need more understanding, and we need more grace.
Thank you, Dr. Delgado. What did we decide about Ms. Smith and then, okay, thank you. Ms. Smith.
First, I'd like to thank the community for coming out. I appreciate having this opportunity to come out this evening to hear what the community had to say. Our first speaker tonight that did public comment. We got to be careful what we do to people's children, how we do, what we say. I may not agree with everything, and this board may not agree with everything that I say or do. All I ask for is respect for these children. That first speaker, which she did not even identify as, is Malcolm X's first his niece, which was amazing to know that I met someone and had a conversation with her. I know me and Dr. Delgado don't always see eye to eye. Do I think that first of all, we do have some great staff members here, and we do have some great teachers and principals. Dr. Delgado and I do not agree on everything, but I have seen some things that he has done. He did take the opportunity to sit down with 3 board members, FAPN, president and vice president. He did listen. Just like he's offended, I'm offended too. I was offended because this community knew that this was about to happen and take place. And no, I did not share anything. I don't have time to. But at the end of the day, to discuss and say, we don't have fluff, and no disrespect to this man sitting on the left side of me, but I've raised 3 children to go through this district. And for that to come up, that presentation of all times, we could have done that presentation 2-3 months ago. But it just happened to happen on the night that we knew this boardroom was going to be packed. That's what offended me. Did I see fluff? I did. Because you had 3 white community members staff stand before us. I've had people that have sat on that committee and had seen none of this brought before them. Yes, Mr. Smith is doing a great job. Yes, Dr. Delgado, he actually inherited a house that was on fire. I want more transparency. No insecurities, no rebuttals. I've been in this community 27 years. In that whole 27, I have been involved, not just by my children being here, but as the PTA council president, actually working for this district. I chose Dr. Delgado because I thought he was going to do what we needed done here. Is it going to take years? Yes. But at the end of the day, what needs to be done is not sit and hide and not tell what is going on so that we can get behind you, so that we can support you. You can't take this personal. No one on this board can take it personal. We gotta figure out what to do to stop this. This is a mental health issue. Our kids are struggling. These are kids that, oh no, we're not gonna talk about this, we're not gonna do this. Oh, that didn't happen. These are not complaints, these are concerns. You got children that are going to go through this district that are going to need help later on in life because of what we are allowing on our watch. So the little digs at me here and there, I could take them. I done took them for 7 years. The little side things that's being said, you keep saying them, but I'm going to keep fighting for these kids as long as I got this position. These kids need people to stand up for them. Instead of trying to hold me accountable, finding out what I'm doing here, what I'm doing there, find out what's going on with these kids. Find out what's going on in these classrooms. Make it your business to take care of getting these test scores up. We are number 68 in the state. We ain't never been that low. I spoke to a former board member and a mentor over break. That individual said, well, I ain't never seen nothing like this. And he was right. We got to do better to be better. Don't get mad because you want a 7-0 vote all the time, because you're not going to get it. Be mad because we can't get this done. Don't get mad because I'm going to vote no and you take it personal and you make jokes or you send certified letters to my home. Take care of these kids. The children, not me, not you, the children. Help Dr. Delgado get what we need done. This man got a 5-year contract. We got to help him. And like he said when he came here, when he first came and talked to each and one of us, when you don't want me here, let me know. I'm not asking to let him go, but it ain't nothing personal. We have had incident on top of incident on top of incident, month after month after month. If it's not the race issue, it's kids being molested. It's something all the time. Sitting in a board retreat from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, that's not helping nothing. Now, do I hold him accountable? Yeah, somewhat. But it's us, the 7 of us that got voted in. It's our job to help him. Now, if he want to do a rebuttal, he got to understand who works for who. I know he gets tired of me saying that, but I don't work for him. I work for this community. I work for these little kids. Am I willing to work with him and help him? Absolutely. I've had some side conversations with working with him on some things, and he has agreed. But to sit here and try to make little digs, let's worry about these kids. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Walker?
For the sake of time, first of all, I want to thank everybody who came out, for everyone who is still here, and for those who came out earlier. I want to thank all of us for coming out this evening and putting in this kind of time. Thank you, Dr. Delgado, especially for what you do, how you do it, and your passion and love for what it is that you do. I go back to just my original statement that for us to get where we need to go, we need to continue to extend grace across the board. The community will earn their grace as we continue to do this work, as we continue to listen to one another and the action items that are stated, going back and re-looking at policies and procedures, making sure that if they don't have teeth and we're not enforcing them, that we will enforce them, going back and reviewing information to make sure that it is relevant to our day and our time. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that is the duty of what we are here to do. So as we continue to put in the work, and most work like this is slow, arduous, time-consuming, painfully time-consuming at times, but as we continue to put in the work, we begin to earn the grace that we may like to have. We need to also extend to our families and our community by doing exactly what we did tonight, and that is to listen, that is to hear them, that is to value and respect their experiences, and where it is possible and it makes perfect sense, that we act on those and support those experiences the best way we can. Is there anything that is perfect that exists? No. Is there any situation where you can perfectly protect someone? No, which are cold, hard words for an individual whose child may have been hurt in some kind of way. And I say that being a parent who children were hurt in some kind of way in this particular district, but we still matriculated them through. We are working hard. There's a whole lot of people behind Dr. Delgado working hard to do this work, and they will make mistakes, and I hope we can give them the grace to learn from that and grow from that, because if we can do that, then we can have exactly what we're talking about. The kids will be safer. The staff will be safer and feel like they can step out and they can do things and that they can grow. And everybody can grow. And I'm not trying to paint some altruistic situation by any stretch of the imagination, but if we don't dream in that direction and if we don't work in that direction, we'll never get in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Mr. Rich?
A few things I wanted to reiterate from tonight. One, where we are is not where we want to be. We are worlds ahead from where we were when this board first came together, and where we were a few years before that. We have the right person at the helm. We have the right person putting together a team to address these many issues in our district. Some things that we can't do, though, we can't assume. This goes for us and community members. We can't say what is happening with this specific issue if it's never been reported. If it has been reported and wasn't properly followed up on, that's a big issue. That's where Dr. Delgado will come in with his team and say, hey, what is going on? Why was this not reported correctly? Why was this not followed up on? But saying that something happened and then not being able to provide any information on it makes it very difficult to hold those accountable who have mistreated our students. And that is so important. We need to be able to make sure that those who have harmed our students are being held accountable. And under Dr. Delgado and over the last few years, we have seen swift action. And that's what I want to continue seeing. And that comes with community support. Lastly, we really need to stop the spread of misinformation. Saying things like, just changing the facts of different instances, making up events that didn't occur, or, talking about our hiring practices and saying, well, we're not doing this, why aren't we doing this? And in fact, we are. I mean, we need to be making sure that we are following our guidelines, but we also can't be making up that we're not. And so that is a continued effort with our community, with our board, with our administration, and something that we all need to work on together. Again, this was a really long night, but this meeting happened because of public comment, because we listened to our community. Frankly, former boards probably wouldn't have called the meeting, wouldn't have sat down, wouldn't have spent this much time on these topics or any topics that were brought to the board through public comment and issues like this. So I thank my colleagues, I thank Dr. Delgado for spending your evening here, and I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Weems?
Thank you. I couldn't agree more with a lot of what I heard from my colleagues, and I'll just expand a bit on what Mr. Rich said about the importance of not spreading misinformation, and also the importance of making sure that we're using the correct words to describe the situation. I think that's also extremely important, and I talked about that earlier. I really appreciate the dialogue today. I agree that, this was important. I especially appreciate our community coming out to speak to us, and our colleagues for agreeing to spend their Ash Wednesday and Valentine's Day for 6 hours in the evening almost to have a very important conversation. I'll be honest, some of what I heard over the past few weeks has been very hard to hear. Calls for our staff to be fired, our superintendent to be let go, our board members to resign. It's really hard to hear because it's very evident to me that there's so much that our board, our superintendent, and our staff have done and are doing that isn't being recognized. I know we have a lot to do, and it saddens me that we still have people and students who are not on the bus with us. They may not believe in the work that we're doing, but some of what I heard about what we're doing or not doing is just simply not accurate. It's just not. Now, I don't want anybody to take that to mean that I don't honor anybody's experience or past trauma. That is not what I'm saying. I do. But I also think we need to be fair and honor the significant progress that we've made at the same time that we acknowledge the work that we have yet to do. I'm glad, actually, that I serve on the policy committee because I learned a lot today. I'm a worker, I'm a doer, and I'm committed to doing this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah, I just want to thank my fellow board members and thank our superintendent and thank our community for the opportunity to have this respectful dialogue. We showed that we do respect people and ideas. We presume, for the most part, positive intent. I like what I think was Mr. Rich, it's a long day, We're headed in the right direction. We're never completely finished with the work that we're doing. As individuals, life experience, constantly growing and learning, and that's what we're doing as a district. But I think we have a community that's committed to provide a safe environment for our children to grow and learn. And we have a Board of Education that's committed to provide a safe environment for our children to grow and learn. We have a leadership in the district that's committed to provide a safe environment for our children to grow and learn. And so it's a win-win. And I just thank everybody for the hard work that we're doing. And, put your seatbelts on because it's going to be a long ride. So thank you.
Thank you, first of all, my colleagues, for being here tonight. As I said earlier, this was long and hard and painful and messy, and I'm very, very proud of the work that we've moved forward tonight through our discussion, as well as through listening to our community members and what they have to share with us. It's clear that we need to do a better job of sharing with our community the work that we are actually doing as a board and as a district, in particular around issues of DEI. There was a suggestion offered during public comment that perhaps we ought to hold our board retreats here and publicize them sooner and more actively, because this is the kind of work that we do in our board retreats. And so if we make it more public, if we make this kind of work that we're doing more public, then maybe there's a higher likelihood that the public will have a deeper understanding of all that we're doing around, whether it's DEI or our own training or the literacy and numeracy work, all of those pieces, because it is at those all-day meetings where we have an opportunity to dig down into issues and really explore them and discuss them and deliberate together. So I look forward to ongoing exploration and dialogue with my board colleagues around how we might do a better job of more fully communicating the work that actually is happening in our district by Dr. Delgado, by his team, by our teachers and staff, so that the community has a richer picture of what is actually happening on the ground in our classrooms and in our schools. I would like to, we didn't end up going through tonight the ideas that we had for a peace resolution, but they are along the lines of what several people mentioned during public comment, starting with whereas we, the Farmington Public Schools Board of Education, stand for peace in our schools, in our community, in our nation, and in our world. Whereas we, the Farmington Public Schools Board of Education, have an opportunity in this present moment to make long-sought changes in how we treat one another. And whereas we, the Farmington Public Schools Board of Education, are committed to providing a learning environment wherein all students and staff feel welcome, seen, heard, valued, and respected. And whereas global conflicts throughout the world have led to significant loss of life and suffering, affecting the people who live in those regions, as well as the mental and emotional health of students, staff, and families within our school district, especially those with connections to the impacted regions. And it goes on to speak to now therefore be it resolved that we, the Farmington Public Schools Board of Education, stand for peace and firmly condemn all forms of hate speech, discrimination, and acts of prejudice, whether subtle or overt. We, the FPS Board of Education, expect all members of our school community to honor our commitment to peace by treating one another with dignity, respect, civility, and common courtesy, even where personality conflicts or differing opinions exist. We, the FPS Board of Education, reaffirm our commitment to creating an inclusive educational environment that encourages educational dialogue and respects and values diversity of both people and perspectives, and that actively promotes peace, understanding, and mutual respect among all members of the school community. These are some of the ideas that we had for what might be a resolution for peace. At the moment, we're going to move forward with ensuring that our policies support these sorts of messages and initiatives and our DEI work. So I just wanted to have had a chance to read this so that my colleagues who might not have read the revised ideas based upon all of your input had a chance to hear the direction of this and the intent. A couple more things. Okay. A couple of additional things. I don't know who said this, but I wrote it down last year and I've had it on my mirror ever since. Let the space between where you are and where you want to be inspire you, not terrify you. And Mr. Walker, you said something around, I wrote it down and now I can't find where oh, here it is, it's right here, right in front of me. If we don't dream in that direction, we can't move in that direction, and then we'll never get there. So our DEI work is ongoing in our community, and this is another opportunity to reset and move forward together. I would like to read two more pieces, share two more pieces with you. This is a poem that I wrote after working with Naima and Jenna. And as I've been thinking about and reflecting on all that we've heard over the last few weeks, I stand for peace. Peace in our schools, peace in our community, peace in our world, peace at our board table, peace between you and I. Peace looks like we scooch over to make space for everyone. Peace sounds like calm voices and taking turns, even when we disagree, and common courtesies, even when we don't like each other. Peace, when long absent, feels like winter sunshine, somehow reaching its rays of light down through the cloudy gray cold to warm our expectant upturned faces. Peace requires us to trust one another and to honor the promises we have each made. Peace means we care more about what we can build together than what we can gain alone. Peace. This is my vision for all of us. I stand for peace. Who will stand with me? Will you? And finally, on the table when you came in, there were these little stones, and I have one, you pass them down, I have one for each of my board colleagues as well. So if you didn't have one, please help yourself. They're on the table back there. Do you need more? You just need one. You just need one. Yeah. I mean, you're welcome to have more. Okay. So hold on to your stone. We each hold in our hands a stone, and we each get to decide what to do with it. We can throw them at each other. Imagine what that would look like, feel like, be like for our children. Or we can bring them together and we can use them to build something strong and beautiful that can benefit our entire community. Imagine what that would look like, feel like, be like for our children. As you entered the room tonight, you each chose a stone. If you're willing to join us in this work of healing and building, after the meeting, please add your stone to the bowl. We will then take these stones and build a mosaic for our community, which will represent the commitment we are making here tonight to work together for healing and equity and peace, and our vision for our community. If you would like to choose a stone to take home, to have as a reminder of our commitment to one another and to working together to heal and to build up our community, you are welcome to do so. We, your Board of Education, Ms. Smith, Ms. Fox, Ms. Weems, Mr. Walker, Mr. Rich, Ms. Heinrich, and myself, together with our Superintendent, Dr. Delgado, are committed to this work. We will find ways to integrate the ideas generated during tonight's meeting, together with the work Dr. Delgado, his team, and all of our teachers and staff are already doing. And we will report back to you on what this looks like, how it's going, and whether or not it is helping to make a difference for our students. As I said earlier this evening, on Saturday mornings you can find me at Farmington High School, where our Farmington African American Parenting Network hosts free tutoring. Ms. Fox, Ms. Heinrich, and I are there every week from 9 to 11 helping students with their learning. From now on, I will stay after tutoring to meet with, listen to, and talk with any member of our community, parent or student, or teacher for that matter. If by 11:30 no one has arrived, I'll head over to the farmer's market, where I also volunteer on Saturdays. But again, my cell phone number is 248-497-6633. I will gladly meet with you whenever it is convenient for you. Please reach out to us with concerns, with suggestions, with ideas for solutions. If you have a concern about something in your child's classroom, talk to the teacher. If you still have concerns, talk to the principal. If you still have concerns, reach out to the person who is the head of that department in our district. If you still have concerns, reach out to Dr. Delgado. And if you still have concerns, reach out to us. When we as board members receive an email, text, or call from a community member, and oftentimes when someone shares a concern at public comment, the first thing we do is ask Dr. Delgado whom within our district is the best person for that community member to meet with toward finding a solution. When you leave here tonight, though we may not have made the choice that you personally wish we had made, know that we have come together here tonight so that you can see and hear for yourselves the sincerity, concern, and commitment that we bring to our work as school board members in service of all of our children. And we are truly making our decisions based upon what we as a board believe is in the best interests of all of our Farmington Public School students, for that is what we are charged to do as a school board. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.